in co-governance, in which we listen to the community, and is one that really explains how costly it can be, especially when you have empower council members that, really care about what their constituents are having to experience. And so we want to make sure that we're supporting you as you go out and look at your capital improvement plan and how this all comes together. So could we please, sir, have a further meeting once the staff is ready to present that?
I will get that set up this week.
Okay, thank you so much. We appreciate your patience as well, and we're happy to get in advance if there is a motion to do such. We're ready to hear a motion.
On 143.
We're going to vote on them separately. Councilmember French, do you mind doing the motions, or if you have them pulled up, or Councilmember Duncan?
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, all right. So we're ready for 143.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 250143 be reported out of committee with advance and due pass.
Second.
All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? The motion carries. We'll hear this on Thursday, and we're ready for 144. We've taken public testimony on that one as well.
We have, okay. Madam Chair, or Madam Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 250144 be moved out of committee with advance and due pass.
Second.
It's been moved in second. Is all in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? The motion carries. We'll hear that one on Thursday as well. And now we're ready for the next item.
250151, authorizing the Director of Water Services to execute a water supply and sewer services agreement with Shamrock LLC for the development of an industrial facility generally located at or near the intersection of Northeast 48th Street and North Arlington Avenue.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, Travis Kiefer, KC Water. Before you today is ordinance 250151. It's an agreement, use agreement for water supply and sewer services for the Shale Rock project. This project is located north of Parvin Road and east of Arlington Avenue and northeast of 48th Street. It's approximately a 315-acre site, and this project is one of about 22 data center projects in Kansas City, Missouri. As the ordinance language points out, this is for a service agreement to allow the Director of Water Services to enter into this agreement for water and sewer services for this project. You have a redacted copy of the agreement in front of you. There is a non-disclosure agreement associated with this project, so a lot of specific site data and so forth has been redacted from that agreement. We have the applicant's representatives here. If you have any questions for them or for staff.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Can you go back to the third slide and just explain what the colors represent?
This was a slide used during their City Planning Commission hearing, and so the green would indicate actual building locations, staging areas, and additional outside storage areas are in the yellow, and then the blue are detention facilities.
Is this already all built, or is this going to be built?
Going to be built, yes.
Okay, so I was just going to ask if we could, I know that the developer wants to move forward with this, so I was going to ask that we just do a due pass, because I did want to have some further discussion just around where the sewage lines are along here, but don't want to belabor today. So
Actually, the existing infrastructure is in place for the first couple of phases of the project. And then as the project develops, there's provisions within the agreement that the developer is already working on for increasing the capacity of both the water and the sewer service for that project.
Okay, and so just wanting to spend a little bit more time with staff on the current map and where the lines are currently are, the sewage currently is. And so that's why, we don't want to hold this up. It's something that I do support, but was on the phone later in the evening to try to get these questions answered. So again, supportive, but just asking for a due pass versus an advance, if that's okay. Is there any public testimony?
There's no written testimony submitted for ordinance 250151. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
We are ready for a motion if,
Okay.
and it's ordinance 250151.
Okay. Madam Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 250151 be reported out of committee with due pass.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Is there any opposed? All right, the motion carries, and we'll hear this next Thursday. Thank you so much.
250163, authorizing the Director of Public Works to execute a 5-year lease agreement with Aladdin Propco LLC for 80 spaces in Auditorium Plaza Garage.
All right, good morning. Morgan Holochek, City Manager's Office. With me is Mark Coulter, representing the developer's interest on this ordinance. This ordinance authorizes the Director of Public Works to enter into a 5-year lease agreement for 80 spaces at the Barney Alice Garage. I will start off by giving you a bit of an overview on the contract terms, and then Mark will run you through some details on the project. So the contract terms as negotiated are access to up to 80 spaces administered by the city. The term will be 5 years with 4 options to extend that. That being said, those options will be subject to city approval, and there will be an opportunity to renegotiate rates based on the current market conditions. And it will start upon completion of the garage or a temporary certificate of occupancy for the project, whichever happens later. The rate will be $125 per space per month for the first year, increasing by 3% per each year. And the additional development requirements are, this is a historic rehabilitation with 10% of units at 60% AMI and $150,000 allocation to the Housing Trust Fund over 3 years. Mark will get a little bit more detailed on the project details. Garage total capacity at Barney Alice is anticipated to be 585 spaces. These 80 spaces that we are leasing here aren't going to be individually marked, and based on some conversations with our parking team, the 80 spaces that we're leasing, if people leave, there's some parking management that will be able to activate those leased spaces during events and things like that. We can pause there, or we can go on to the details of the project.
Okay. Any questions regarding the contract from my colleagues? Councilman Duncan. Yes.
So the $150,000 to increase 3% a year, and those dollars are going into the Housing Trust Fund, correct?
Correct.
And the spaces won't even be available until Barney Alice is finished, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And the contract won't start until.
Right.
Just wanted to be clear about that timeline. Thank you.
Chairman?
Madam Vice Chair? Yeah, I just had a quick question. What is the other commitments we have? I know there's several I know Marriott's right there. So what other spaces have we committed to on that 550 or so total spaces?
I I don't have the number off the top of my head on the total number of lease spaces we have for the Marriott agreement. I can get that to you, though. I'm not sure if anybody on the Public Works team here has that number off the top of their head.
Yeah, if you could get that to me, Morgan, just the number of total committed spaces we have in that garage. Be just nice to know.
Yep, will do.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, with the, so garage capacity, when you said that there won't be individually marked, so I'm just thinking about the tenants. Are they going to be paying for this space as a part of their lease? And, or will they be paying for the space? Will the cost be, yes, go ahead.
Thank
sir.
you. I can just jump in. Mark Coulter, Rouse Fretz White Goss here on behalf of Mulzer Development, Free Heel Capital, and Cardinal Crest Homes. The tenants will be paying the city directly. That was a part of the negotiation. The city wanted the funds to go directly to the city and not be a pass-through, which was fine with my clients. We were okay with that. So the money's going to go directly to the city. This is just so that we can ensure that our tenants, at least 80 of them, have parking in the garage.
Okay, so I'm just playing this out in terms of, I'm a tenant, I've paid the city for this space, I leave, there's an event, I come back, there's no space for me to park. So how are we going to make sure that those tenant spaces, if they're not individually marked, how are we going to make sure that we are making good on the promise to ensure that they have a location to park?
I think it's probably based on the total number of spaces in the garage. So there, like if there's 585 spaces and we have committed 80 of them, we'll know as we're tracking people in and out what capacity the garage is at, and there should be a spot for them when they return.
So if I have mobility challenges, we'll just say, in that I, get lease an apartment on a lower floor, but I'm asked to park, at the top floor because of the availability of the space. I'm just thinking about how are we going to ensure people where that's their home, that they're prioritized. And so I'm having a little bit of heartburn about those not being individually marked for tenants so that they have some dependability as to where their space is going to be, and they can navigate their lives in a way that they're not having to make a lot of adjustments and changes.
Right, happy to, I think that's one of the benefits of us administering the spaces. We can have those conversations and accommodate as needed. The reason that we did it this way is because it reserves and allows us to use the garage with more flexibility for events and to the public. But at council's direction, we can absolutely mark those spaces if that's preference.
Okay, great. Chairman O'Neill.
Yeah, I'm just curious, when you say the leasees will pay the city directly and there's 80 spots are those 80 spots guaranteed, or if only 50 tenants choose to utilize it, the other 30 spaces will go back to the city as just regular? So it's just based on, they have a total of 80 and they can utilize up to 80, but don't have to utilize all 80.
Right.
Okay, just want to make sure. And will you have to Councilwoman Robinson's point, will there be a number of ADA accessible parking spaces within the building so that if there are people with, disabilities, they will have an opportunity to park in those spots?
I'm sure that we have ADA accessible spaces in the garage, and we can probably accommodate based on the individual as needed to mark additional spaces and things like that.
Okay.
That would be my only request, is that we provide some dependability for the tenants, that's all. And so I would want to ensure that those were marked or assigned to the tenant.
we can work on that.
I see some of my colleagues that are nodding their head in agreement. Okay, great. Would that require a committee substitute, or is that just something that they could work out contractually, Lana?
If you want to put it in there, we can, I mean, to make sure that.
Okay. Is that, Ms. Holacek, is that okay?
Yeah,
for us
we
to-
can,
Okay.
yeah,
Great.
we can get that included.
I do want to acknowledge the city manager's office for really looking at a public-private partnership. I know it's not grandiose, but you've negotiated some interest for the city and some support as we, build the garage. So thank you.
Of course.
Right, great.
Second that.
Yes, second.
Okay, so we have now a committee substitute with language regarding identification of those tenant spaces so that those are reserved. And is there any public testimony?
There's no.
Madam Chair,
Oh, yes, Councilwoman French.
I guess I have a clarifying question. So again, and I really appreciate the conversation. I am very amenable to having a committee sub that does identify those spaces. But as the conversation with Councilman O'Neill progressed, if we're not guaranteed, so is this contract, are we guaranteed the revenue for those 80 spaces or just as those 80 spaces are filled? And then if we are setting aside those 80 spaces for these tenants, and then, like he said, only 50 are filled and 30 go unused, are those still then, that those are marked, if we're not generating any revenue or anything on those spaces, then they could be used for events? Like, how do we differentiate between those spaces being available and not being available?
I think we'll have to, with the addition of marking the spaces, I think we'll have to talk with the Public Works team on what makes the most sense operationally for them to mark those spaces, because we'll absolutely want to be able to leverage all the spaces in the garage that may not be leased at the current time. And so I'm not sure, maybe it'll be assigning them a number. Matt, if you want to add a recommendation, feel free, but.
Hello, good morning. Matthew Muckenthaler, Parking Division Manager. Just to provide some context around the marking or not marking of the spaces. In parking facilities where you have a lot of complicated demand for those spaces, such as the Barney Alice Plaza, right? We have commitments to hotels, we have commitments to the public, we have commitments, to making sure that we're using these spaces as efficiently as possible. Not marking the spaces gives us that flexibility. Is some complicated parking management strategies that we can use with our parking equipment to make sure that there is a space available for those residents when they do come back. But this is a industry standard approach when you have complicated parking situations in a downtown environment.
Madam Chair?
Sorry, I wasn't.
No, go
Just
ahead.
In response to that, is there a way to set aside like those 80 spaces in one location, a particular location, to where they're not they're specifically, and I understand not specifically marking them so they're not empty and they're flexible spaces, but we know that those 80 spaces are within a certain location, so those residents aren't, on the third floor, fifth floor, or I guess it's is it going to be 5 stories of parking?
How many stories of parking will there be?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
How
question?
many stories of parking
Oh,
will there be?
it's 2 levels. There's,
2.
yeah,
Okay.
first.
We're tiering it, so I thought we were going a little, but I guess we're bringing it down to grade as well. So just, is there a way to set aside, I guess, a specific area for those tenants so they're not parking, randomly throughout the parking garage, or we know that, those spaces will be available once, occupancy increases?
The challenge with that is you're sort of marking those spaces as residential only parking, and during a high peak time, general public can't use them, and, people leave, and so we want to make sure that we can fill the garage to the best of our abilities.
I guess I'm just trying to find some sort of balance in what we're talking about, because I understand having the spaces be flexible. if they're not, occupied with a tenant, like if we have 80 spaces and we only have 50 occupancy, so we have those 30 spaces. I understand having that flexibility, but if we do then have, 60, 70, 80 tenants, is there a way to just have those in a specific area, I guess, so they're not having to park all throughout the garage?
With marking dedicated spaces.
That's the only way to do that?
I mean, yes, at that point, you're marking the spaces for residential use only.
Okay. And I know signage is expensive, and I understand all those kind of things. Is there I guess, I'm just thinking outside the box, to have those signs already produced and made and just individualize that as tenants grow, you just start signing those individual spaces?
I think that's something that as we work to get that, if that's the direction to get that included in the contract, that's something I would want to talk with the developers about to see if there are cost sharing opportunities for the signage and maintenance of that. But I'll defer to Matt, but we'll want to kind of maintain ownership over how we put those up when they're up, making sure that if they're only using 50 of the 80 spaces, we don't have 30 spaces blocked, inaccessible to the public, so.
And I understand the importance of that, going to many events downtown as well, and using that garage and parking in that garage, that we need those spaces and using those as flex spaces. I'm just trying to figure out a balance of where both can work.
The other advantage to the dedicated spaces is that helps keep the price low, because those spaces can recycle and return to inventory on a percentage basis. Typically, you have a higher price point for dedicated reserved stalls.
Councilman French, is it okay if Councilman O'Neill jumps in here?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Chairman
Thank
O'Neill.
you. Thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. Matthew, I guess I'm kind of along Councilwoman French's questioning. If they rent 80 spaces, or let's say 50 spaces, and they are paying for 50 spaces, how does that transition to opening to a flex? I mean, you don't know if those people are going to be in the parking garage that night or the next night or the next night. I mean, are you maintaining all of this time that you're going to have 50 saved every night, but you want to change, you don't want to be held to those same 50 spots? You'd rather have just 50 at-large spots that are available to them if they choose to use the parking lot that night. I'm a little confused as to your process here, because when somebody buys 50 spots, they buy 50 spots, right? I mean, you got to have 50 available spots every night, correct? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's complicated operations, but we know how many of those 50 or 80 are currently in the facility, and we know how many of them are out. We know when they left. We generally can understand trends and patterns. So just for simple math, let's say you have 40 tenants that are out of the garage and 40 tenants that are in the garage. We might say we can sell 20 of those spaces for this evening event at the music hall, because it's only 3 hours long, and generally speaking, we're giving ourselves the cushion to know that when these residents return, right, there's going to be spaces left, and it gives us that cushion that we can sell some of the spaces. It's not 100% in an oversell situation, but we do recognize trends and behaviors, and we can know who's in and who's out.
So this is data driven, right? This is all based on data you collect throughout the month or 2 months or the year.
And live, inside the parking system, yes.
Okay. Thank you. I think you guys know the processes much better than we do, and how do you come to these conclusions, and I don't want to pigeonhole you so you can't do your job, but it is important that we don't hear from the developer that 10 people called and said they couldn't get a spot.
Okay, so let me just make sure.
I'd like
I'm sorry.
I can chime in on a little bit of information on this. I was going to hit in on some of the salient points for the agreement, but one of the important things on this is this development is going to have one of the lowest parking ratios per tenant. There's actually going to be
Right.
122 units, so only 80 spots. That's already sitting at 0.65.
That's right.
So I know the goal is to increase walkability, and we anticipate having a number of tenants who will not have a car, but I'm not sure that 50 is an actual realistic number to be discussing because it's already quite low. And in addition, my clients do support the amendment and appreciate that.
Yeah.
And they would be happy to cover the costs of the signage.
Yeah, I just, and I wanted to make, because it said Aladdin Hotel, but it's multifamily, and I'm like, okay, is this a hotel or what are we? But this is multifamily development, so we are on the same track. So I'm like, if it's a hotel, yeah, park wherever. But because this is multifamily housing, I think it is important, especially because how many units are going to be there?
122.
122, it's up to 80. We're in 2025. Our parking department can figure out how to ensure that we can do both of these things. I mean, in this day and era, with the technologies that we have, we should be able to be flexible. And you all do not pay me enough to come up with these ideas to say, just number them reserved. And then if you're with an event, and you can have reserved parking, and if you're if you live in the multifamily unit, you're number 4, but they're all reserved. But everyone who has an event at Barney Alice Plaza, at our convention center, they negotiate special parking for their, special guests. So I think that there's a way that we can figure this out to ensure that the tenants that are in the facility up to 80, if they only, everybody wants to walk and they only use 20, then we won't use those for dedicated parking. I'm just saying that there might be people that are okay with going to the second floor, but our staff can figure it out. The only goal that I think is important is that if this is your home, you should not be displaced for visitors 100% of the time, so that there's a balance that's there.
We agree, and there's a tunnel connecting, so it's depending on the levels and everything. It's the tunnel has been a historic connection to the parking garage. I think since the original parking garage opened, it is mentioned in quite a bit of the old Aladdin marketing materials from many, many, many years ago. So, the existing tunnel, we know that there's a set aside in the budget for the construction to rehabilitate the tunnel as well. So that's one of the draws of this project is for single people, young downtown, they'll have a secured parking facility and a secured entrance. So I think that also goes to the ADA compliance and accessibility, being able to just go straight in and get onto an elevator and go to your floor.
Well, I'm with Councilman O'Neill. You all are very smart, Morgan and Matthew. And if you could, help us to figure that out, we know that we have confidence in your abilities to do that, to ensure that there's some reliability for the tenants and flexibility for our convention center and our visitors. Okay, great. So we do have a committee. So is everybody okay with that? Or are there any caveats, Councilwoman French?
I just have, just another comment. I just want to make sure, and I'm very supportive of the project, and I was there for the wall breaking and for the Aladdin. It's fantastic, and I just want to make sure that we're still, I know when we were talking about Barney Alice, and we've been talking about it for 5-6 years, just the amount of spaces, just bringing it down to grade brought down, the amount of spaces that we were going to have within the garage. So we were looking at other properties and other to offset those numbers. I think we were at like 550 spaces. Is that?
Yes.
And then the need was like 900 spaces or so. So we were looking at like 18 Broadway, like other properties to offset the need for parking in that area. So if we are setting aside these 80 spaces, I mean, that brings that number down lower as well. So I just wanted to bring that to attention.
Thank you so much, Councilwoman French. And again, I know that conventions, they typically report to, I think, the Finance Committee, but I had asked that same question, Councilwoman French, to the convention staff around if we utilize these 50 parking spaces, what does that do overall to inventory? And in speaking with Deputy City Manager Kamiko Gilmore, who oversees our conventions, she mentioned that there are, obviously we have spaces at 1200 Broadway. There's some development happening there, so we'll continue to negotiate parking. There's also a parking lot that's underneath the 670 bridge there that is oftentimes underutilized. So that was my question. If we forego these up to 80, how does that impact our parking? She felt confident that this would not have a deleterious effect or impact on parking in that area. Councilman O'Neill?
Yeah, just a quick, I think that the Marriott had a contract for about 125 spaces in the last, so now we're at 200 spaces of a 550 to 80 spot garage. We do have, I think the Blue Cross Blue Shield building has extra spaces, and I know that the Kansas City Southern or Canadian Pacific parking garage there is a public parking garage. But I am concerned that, to Councilwoman French's point, we have 900, need a 900 space garage, and we really are looking at only a 300 and some odd number garage after you take away the contractual needs of the hotels around there. So it's something we should keep an eye on.
Yeah.
Definitely.
See, Councilman O'Neill gave the whole convention's presentation. Awesome. Okay, is everybody good with this before we head to public testimony? Is there any public testimony?
No one appears in person or by Zoom with a raised hand to testify. We've received no written testimony for this ordinance.
Okay, is there a motion for this ordinance? Committee substitute for.
So I guess that was my question. Are we doing a committee substitute?
The committee substitute would just be that they would provide some reliability for the tenants. They would figure out a way to provide reliability for the tenants in the contract.
Okay, so not specific, okay.
And that gives them the flexibility to.
Flexibility.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, and Councilwoman, can we make sure that there is part of that includes an ADA accessible spots for tenants and others, just to make sure there's probably, we might need a few more based on the fact that some of these, I don't know, I'll let them figure it out, but just make sure that there is some ADA accessible
Right. the ADA
spots available.
requires it, yeah, right.
Yes, we are in a consent decree, so we don't want to mess that up. Okay. Yes, that there is, make sure that there's ADA accessibility for tenants. Okay, wonderful. We are ready for a committee substitute on ordinance 250163. Our committee substitute, yeah.
Madam Vice Chair, I move that committee substitute for ordinance number 250163 be reported out of committee with advance and due pass.
There's a second?
Second.
All in favor? Please.
Aye.
Aye.
Is there any opposed? All right, motion carries, and we did advance that, right? So we'll hear this on Thursday? Okay,
I'm still happy to give the presentation, but I'm not going to talk past the sale.
I think that would be very smart. But please do refer to this fabulous presentation that's hopefully in Legislar that talks about restoring this beautiful hotel back to its glory. Hats off to you. We're excited about having Club O'Neill there one day. So, all right.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Okay, great.
250145, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute contracts with Pay by Phone US Incorporated to provide parking services to city customers, authorizing the manager of procurement services to amend and extend the contract and waiving the Section 2-1615 requirement for daily deposits. 250164, authorizing the manager of procurement services to execute a contract with Park Mobile LLC to provide parking services to city customers, authorizing the manager of procurement services to amend and extend the contract and waiving the Section 2-1615 requirement for daily deposits.
Okay, Matthew, you're back.
Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. My name is Matthew Muckenthaler. I'm the Parking Division Manager, and with me is Keely Golding, of the Manager for General Services Department. Today, we will be discussing Ordinance 250145 and 250164 as companion ordinances. These are for some enhancements to our parking ecosystem. What these ordinances do is they waive the daily deposit requirements for 2 additional parking apps and allows them to provide those revenues on a monthly basis. They are providing a security deposit in lieu of that satisfied the Treasury Department's need for that. This is consistent with our other parking apps and other parking technology. The multiple app is a growing trend in the municipal parking industry. So a little bit of comparison contrast here on the screen. Our single app approach in Kansas City has some pros and some cons. Some of the pros is that it's very clear what app to use. It's the Park KC app. The con is that that's the only app that you can use. That forces visitors to download our app. It lacks any redundancy should there be any technology issues, and it does not work in our garages. That's a limitation of the engine that powers our Park KC app. On the other side is typically up to 3 parking app vendors. 3 seems to be the sweet spot. More than that gets too complicated. Less than that, you're missing out on some user bases. These additional apps can be used in all of our parking facilities. So that means on-street and off-street parking lots and parking garages. This would help promote compliance, which increases revenue. One of the cons to that is that signage can be a little bit more complicated. So to say it in a different way, why additional apps? These additional apps will provide additional options for customers, especially international visitors. This improves the connectivity between our on-street and our off-street systems. And one of the challenges with the parking system sort of at large, especially in downtown, is that the system is a little disorganized. We say that we have plenty of parking, but it's a challenge for the average user to find it. So adding these 2 apps in particular will really help connect both the private and the public assets for the parking system at large. This helps create and foster our easy-to-use ecosystem in a cohesive way. Allows users to use apps that may already be on their phone. No longer exclusively have to use the Park KC app to use the city parking services. And again, they'll be used at all of our city parking locations, and we expect private lots will opt to use these as well, furthering the connectivity. And why Park Mobile and Pay by Phone? Simply, they're the largest international user bases. They have a history of connecting and organizing municipal assets to their users, by example, Columbus, Ohio. And this also helps us future-proof our parking system. So what happens to the Park KC app is that current Park KC app users, nothing will change. If you like using the app, you may continue to use the app. All functionality will continue. There will just be more options for folks to use the parking system, especially visitors coming to Kansas City where these apps may already be in the city that they're from. And then at the bottom is just a draft of what we think that our new on-street signage will look like, trying to help ensure that it's easy to understand that you can use multiple apps or different ways to park.
So from a procurement perspective, Keely Golden Procurement Services. So these are both solicitation waiver contracts. We have used both of these suppliers in the past. There are no MBEWB goals on either of these contracts per the annual goals manual that we have with CREO. Because these are technology contracts, the goals were waived on both of these due to proprietary services.
Happy to take any questions. And we would request in advance.
Yes, please.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Muckenthaler? Ms. Golden? Okay, so just what are the incentives for the private lots so that everyone can be on this system? And I'm excited that we're going to a system that's more widely used across the U.S. and other countries, especially in preparation for some of the international events that we host, like the World Cup. Is there a way that the city is thinking methodically about getting everyone on this pay by phone and Park Mobile system?
Some of the lots in Kansas City already use them. And so we're jumping on that train. And so the more users that are in the market, the more often that the private lots will choose to not only use their proprietary software, they'll use the popular options in the market. And so this helps generate that popularity.
Okay. May I make a recommendation that we can perhaps map like who's using like private lots, who's utilizing the system, and some way of, communicating at least the benefits to the others, especially those that are around entertainment districts or highly districts where visitors come and people congregate for special events, just so that they're aware of the benefits that are available, because it would be great if we had more people,
Sure.
especially in advance of 2026.
Yeah, part of that conversation has already been happening with myself, my team, and our collaborators on the private side. We have these conversations sort of regularly where everyone is at. And then when you open the apps, you'll be able to see where the parking is and who's using it.
Oh, great, awesome,
Yes.
wonderful. Thank you. Is there any public testimony for either of these ordinances?
There was no written testimony submitted for ordinance number 250145 or 250164. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand or in person to testify.
Okay, we will vote on these separately. They have requested in advance, Councilwoman French, for each of them.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 145 be moved out of committee with advance and due pass.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Wonderful. All in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Is there any opposed? We will hear that one on Thursday. And now a motion for 164.
Madam Vice Chair, I move that ordinance number 250164 be reported out of committee with advance and due pass.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there, please indicate by saying aye if you agree.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll see that one on Thursday as well. That is all the business that's coming before this committee. We missed you, Mr. O'Neill, but you can stay on as long as you like, because I love sitting in your seat. It's amazing.
Thank you for doing such a great job.
Well, we will look to see you back in March. Safe travels to everyone, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
"20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen, are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm هيوتن سيفيرجال.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
Fire alarm mi ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maplewoods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. Go KC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of Go KC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the Go KC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Gold Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
I've never ridden an electric bike, so today will be an adventure.
So last summer we built around 11 miles of protected bike lanes, and then this summer to get to 30 we built another 19. So this summer was a heavier lift than last year, but we were getting the hang of things last year, and so really kicked it into gear this summer and fall, and now we're at 30 miles of protected bike lanes in 2 years, which is quite the exciting feat, and we hope to keep going.
I'm used to riding in the street, but that's not comfortable for everybody. And so to have 30 miles of bike lanes makes biking more comfortable for a lot more people, and it improves the ability of people to actually use bicycles and other forms of transportation for commuting as opposed to just recreational riding. You know, you have to try it. Give it a shot. I think if you use them a lot, you will become a fan.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the Division Manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Paseo Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCED funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. The GIFT Project, which is housed out of Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneurial groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing for 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. You know, Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Truce. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Ladd School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, you know, we get what's needed on the east side of Truce and even further beyond, you know, because again, this is just the beginning.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III, who wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we work really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is With My Eyes No Longer Blind, which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods of trying to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial murder. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guards say that they see so many people come out of here crying because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is Alvin Brooks. That's AOVIN. I've been in the city since I was about 8 or 9 months old, and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile the situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The Black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were Black men, left the police department going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District, under the white leadership, decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. And we urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out, and it started Mount Manual High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st and Truce. So they headed north on Paseo. So I met them at 22nd and Vine, coming north. Curtis McClendon of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White was the Kansas City council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived, and just as they're heading east on 12th Street from Loca, tear gas was thrown, and the bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out at Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first Black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no Department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. It begins with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia? It's different. What do I say about that? Do I say it, even if it doesn't affect me, do I say something about it? I should.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like even as it, went into hip hop, you look at people like Attack 9. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. When you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know, like, there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through, and here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you, and give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers, and so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us on what we do and what we bring to the world.
That's okay with you all? All right, we will go ahead and begin. My name is Andrea Boo. I am the chair of the Finance Committee and represent the 6th District at large. I will call the Finance, Governance, and Public Safety Committee meeting to order for Tuesday, February 25th, 2025. I will ask my colleagues to introduce themselves.
Chris Penraya, 4th District at large.
Daryl Curls, 5th District at large.
All right, and staff?
Howard Rice, City Clerk's Office.
Tammy Queen, Finance Director.
Alan Holtkamp, Assistant City Attorney.
Ken Morgan, Water Services Director.
All right, and we have a few colleagues. Councilman Rogers is now online.
Yeah, I'm here, Wes Rogers, 2nd District.
All right, and I believe the mayor will be joining us in a few minutes, and we also have a few colleagues that are joining us in the chambers and online. Councilwoman Robinson, do you want to introduce yourself?
Councilwoman Robinson, 3rd District.
All right, and we have two colleagues online. If you will go ahead, we'll start with Councilman Duncan.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District.
Councilwoman French.
Councilwoman French, that's okay, 2nd District at large.
All right, thank you for joining us. I think that is all that we have with us today. We have several holds that we are going to, with, and I believe the sponsor has requested a hold on ordinance 250177. Is that correct, Councilman Duncan?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we will hold that for 1 week. We will also hold under held in committee 250130. And then as well, I believe, if there are no objections, we have held that previously, so I would need to hold that without objection if there are none. As well as 250133, I believe there's some additional work that needs to be done. You did receive an email from Ms. Postlewaite regarding a committee substitute. I think there's additional information we need to review unless anyone is ready to take that up now. I think we would hold that for another week. There's no objections. All right, and then as well, I believe the mayor would like to hold 250138 for another week as well, and that is on the public safety sales tax, so we will not discuss that. So that takes care of, I believe, the last 4 items on the agenda. So Mr. Clerk will start at the top of the agenda.
250166, consenting to the rate of front foot special assessment to be levied by the Union Hill Special Business District, consenting to the proposed uses of the revenues produced therefrom, estimating and appropriating revenue in the amount of $65,000 in the Union Hill Special Business District Fund, re-estimating and reappropriating the remaining uncollected revenues and unexpended and unencumbered appropriations for the 2025-2026 fiscal year, designating requisitioning authority and recognizing this ordinance as having an accelerated effective date.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Boo, members of the Finance, Governance, and Public Safety Committee. I'm Lakeisha Johnson, Financial Manager from the Finance Department Revenue Division. The Finance Department comes before you every year to discuss the annual renewal ordinance for the appropriation of funds to the Union Hill Special Business District. This district was established in December of 1990, whereas the district board annually establishes a rate of front foot assessment for properties within the Union Hill District. The city then facilitates the billing and collection of those assessments, and then the revenues collected are used for insuring, maintaining, and operating the pedestrian lighting fixtures and brick monuments within the districts, as well as other related maintenance needs. This ordinance set before you, 250166, requests consent to the 2025 board-approved assessment rate of $3.50 per front foot and is used for the purposes of the district. It also eliminates and it also estimates and appropriates expected collections of $65,000, which will be remitted to the district. In addition, the ordinance allows certain accounts to roll forward to complete the collection and pass-through process. Since this is an annual billing, we typically send out March 1st. We would like to request an advance due pass so the billing may be sent out in a timely manner. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions? This is an ordinance that we do annually, and it is a unique ordinance, but relatively routine. Are there any questions from the committee? Is there any public testimony for ordinance number 250166?
No one appears in person or by Zoom with a raised hand, and there's no written testimony submitted for this ordinance.
All right, I would entertain a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that ordinance number 250166 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance and due pass.
Second.
Been moved and seconded that ordinance number 250166 be reported out of committee with a recommendation of advance and due pass. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We'll hear it on Thursday. Thank you so much.
250169, setting the rates for the traffic-way maintenance tax, the parks and boulevards maintenance tax, the boulevard and parkways front foot assessment at $0 for fiscal year 2025-2026 in accordance with section 68-582 of the Code of Ordinances.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair. I am wondering if we could take all of the budget ordinances together today?
Oh, yes. Yes. Howard, can you read all the way through 250175?
Thank you.
250170, levying taxes for fiscal year 2025-2026 for the general revenue, health general debt and interest, and museum special revenues fund on all property in Kansas City subject to taxation on January 1st, 2025, providing for an extension of such levies by the Director of Finance and authorizing the collection by the Director of Finance. 250171. Do we have committee substitute for these? Or should I read the committee substitute?
Yes, please.
Committee substitute for ordinance number 250171, amending Chapter 78, Code of Ordinances entitled Water by repealing Section 78-6, 78-8, 78-10, 78-11, 78-23, and 78-28, and enacting in lieu thereof new sections of like number and subject matter that adjust charges for water services and establishing effective date. To committee substitute for ordinance number 250172, amending Chapter 60, Code of Ordinances entitled Sewer and Sewer Disposal by repealing sections 60-2, 60-3, and 60-9, and enacting in lieu thereof new sections of like number and subject matter that adjust charges for sewer service and establishing an effective date. Uh, 250173, establishing fund number 3526, the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 1 Bond Fund in the records of Kansas City, Missouri, estimating and appropriating $31,815,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 1 Bond Fund, estimating fund number 3626, the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 2 Bond Fund in the records of the City of Kansas City, Missouri, estimating and appropriating $8,080,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 2 Bond Fund, establishing number 3726, the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 3 Bond Fund in the records of the City of Kansas City, Missouri, estimating and appropriating $1,010,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the General Obligation Series 2026 Question 3 Bond Fund, designating requisitioning authority, declaring the intent of the city to reimburse itself from the bond proceeds for certain expenditures, authorizing the Director of Finance to close project accounts, and establishing an effective date for this ordinance. 174, establishing fund number 3826, the General Obligation Series 2026 Q1 22 Bond Fund in the records of the City of Kansas City, Missouri, estimating and appropriating $7,500,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the General Obligation Series 2026 A Q1 22 Bond Fund, establishing fund number 3926, the Taxable General Obligation Series 2026 B Q2 22 Bond Fund in the records of the City of Kansas City, Missouri, estimating and establishing $12,500,000 from the unappropriated fund balance of the Taxable General Obligation Series 2025 B Q2 Bond Fund, designating requisitioning authorities, declaring the intent of the city to reimburse itself from the bond proceeds for certain expenditures, authorizing the Director of Finance to close project accounts, and establishing the effective date of this ordinance. 250175, adopting the annual budget of the city for the fiscal year 2025-2026, estimating the revenues for the fiscal year, appropriating for the purposes stated that sums set forth in the budget, directing the Director of Finance to make the necessary entries upon the city's records to show the appropriations and allocations provided for, authorizing inter-fund loans, the electing to establish a budget adoption deadline pursuant to Section 805 of the City Charter.
Well, thank you, Howard. That was a lot. Well, good morning, Finance Chair Boo, members of the Finance, Governance, and Public Safety Committee, as well as our guests today from City Council. Krista Morrison, Budget Officer, and I will walk through each of the budget ordinances. These come annually as part of your annual budget process. These ordinances are being presented today for the first time, and we have presentations in different areas. But these ordinances will remain in committee as the budget continues to be discussed by this City Council, as well as we continue public engagement and department budget meetings ahead. So the first three ordinances are annual rate setting ordinances. And starting with ordinance number 250169, this ordinance sets the rates for the traffic-way maintenance tax, the Park and Boulevard maintenance tax, and the Boulevard and Parkways front foot assessment at zero for fiscal year 25-26. This is required to set at zero following the passage of the half-cent sales tax authorized by voters in 2012 for the park sales tax. So every year, you'll see these ordinances. With the passage of that tax, we are required to set each of those individual old taxes at zero. This has been considered by the Board of Parks and Recreation Commissioners, and they passed Resolution 32726 on January 28th of 2025, recommending to City Council that these rates be set at zero for the Park and Boulevard maintenance tax and the Boulevard and Parkways front foot assessment. The second rate setting ordinance is 250170. This is related to property taxes, and it levies taxes for the 2025-26 budget year for the general revenue, health levy, general debt and interest, and museum special revenue funds. This levies taxes to support the property tax revenue included in your 25-26 submitted budget. And these next two are rate-setting ordinances related to water and sewer rates. So every year, your suite of budget ordinances will include water and sewer rate settings. And we have team members here from the Water Department to present more information on the water and sewer rates included in the 25-26 submitted budget. Get out of your way.
Good morning. Phil Cristobal, KC Water Services. Wanted to provide a brief overview of the utility operations. While Casey Water is one city department, we operate 3 separate and distinct utilities. Water, which provides safe, reliable drinking water and fire protection. Wastewater, commonly referred to as sewer, which safely handles and treats the waste everyone produces. And finally, stormwater, which works to keep Kansas City safe, trying to eliminate floods. We cover a large physical territory and maintain significant assets and serve several different customer classes. The city limits of Kansas City, Missouri covers 320 square miles of geography, and we have over 510,000 residents. Casey Water maintains 2,800 miles of water mains, 2,300 miles of sanitary sewer mains, and 600 miles of combined sewer stormwater mains. We serve both residential and commercial customers, inside city and outside city customers. We have large water wholesale customers and larger sewer interjurisdictional customers. Just to give you a impact or a view of the size of Kansas City compared to other metropolitan areas, the service territory for Kansas City is larger than the city of Boston, Philadelphia, Miami, and San Francisco combined. Yet our population is less than 15% of those cities. The population in Kansas City has grown from 450,000 in 1950 to about 510,000 currently. That's just about 0.2% per year population growth over those 73 years. Kansas City's geography has grown from 80 square miles to 320 square miles since 1950, a 400% growth in geography over that same time period of 73 years. Oh, here's the map. I'm sorry, I left that out. So as you can see, those 4 cities and their population that fit inside the footprint of Kansas City, Missouri. We have 1 water treatment plant. It has 240 million gallons per day production capacity. It has, our water system has 155 million gallons of treated storage capacity. In last fiscal year, 2024, we produced an average of 106 million gallons per day. We have 6 wastewater treatment plants. Combined, they have a design capacity of just over 155 million gallons per day. In fiscal 2024, they averaged 78 million gallons per day in treatment. While we are one city department, again, we are 3 distinct enterprise funds, and we cannot commingle dollars between the funds. Thus, we charge customers for service for each of these utilities that provide access to unlimited high-quality water, whether it's from your tap, going down your drain, or through your toilet. We follow industry standards by determining revenue requirements, allocating costs to customer classes based on demand, and designing a rate structure that recovers those costs. We do this annually. In Missouri, we are also subject to the Hancock Amendment, which only allows us to set fees that cover the cost of service for water and sewer service delivery to customers. We are proposing rate adjustments for fiscal 2026 as follows: a 6% water rate increase, 6% sewer rate increase, and a 0% stormwater rate increase. Just as an illustration of the cost of our tap water, and this always stands out to me. Look around the room now and I see bottles of water in front of everybody. I was at the public budget hearing last night and saw bottles of water for everybody. Every bottle of water in this room we could fill with tap water for just over a penny. So the cost of tap water is significantly cheaper than the cost of bottled water. In addition, Casey Water tap water is cleaner and healthier than many bottled waters. Some of the reasons behind the rate changes: the water utility uses chemicals like chlorine and lime to disinfect water and coagulants to help remove impurities. The cost of chemicals has increased significantly in recent years. We are required to follow strict environmental rules to ensure safe, clean water. This includes national standards like the U.S. Clean Water Act, which helps protect water quality. Wastewater treatment plants must be up to grade to reduce environmental pollutants. Increased cost in sodium hydrochloride has been experienced as well in recent years. This can include installing and maintaining advanced filtration, aeration, and chemical treatment systems. Sludge management, we're responsible for the proper disposal or treatment of sludge for the environmental compliance. The cost of managing, recycling, or disposing of sludge has increased. And then managing stormwater runoff, especially in our city's heavily populated area, impacts the utilities costs related to building or upgrading drainage systems, retention ponds, and implementing green infrastructure like per road payment, rain gardens, or wetlands. The current proposed rate increases for water and sewer equate to about 25 cents per day for the average customer as an overall increase. Looking at the average residential bill that we are forecasting, this assumes the same usage next year as this year for the average customer. It's projected to increase from $128 combined per month to roughly $135 per month. The projected average bill of $135 is roughly 2.4% of the most recently reported American Community Survey median household income for Kansas City, Missouri. The Environmental Protection Agency affordability definition for water and sewer is 4.5% of the median household income. Some of the benefits for the community and services. There are several benefits derived from continuing to invest in the water and wastewater system. These include making repairs to mains, valves, hydrants, and service lines so we can continue to deliver clean drinking water and reduce service interruptions. Old corroding pipes are more prone to leaks and can allow contaminants into the water system. By repairing or replacing these pipes, we can prevent water contamination, ensuring cleaner, safer water for customers. In addition, replacing or repairing old pipes helps reduce the frequency of water main breaks or leaks, which can disrupt service. This means fewer outages and water interruptions and more consistent water delivery for customers. We also need to continue to upgrade our treatment facilities. The water treatment plant has been in operation for almost 100 years. The largest of our 6 wastewater treatment plants, Blue River Wastewater Treatment Plant, has been in operation for over 60 years. An additional benefit that the community realizes from the rates is that we continue to meet Environmental Protection Agency and Department of Natural Resources requirements. For example, after water is used for things like bathing, washing clothes, flushing toilets, etc., it becomes wastewater. This wastewater has to be treated before it's returned to the river. Treated wastewater must meet certain requirements set by both the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Natural Resources to make sure it's not harmful to the environment. KC Water Management takes their role as fiduciaries of ratepayer funds very seriously. Our goal is to manage every dollar in the best way possible. We need to deliver high-quality service to our customers, maintain our obligations with our debt holders who also help fund our systems, and meet every regulatory requirement that the Environmental Protection Agency and the Department of Natural Resources sets forth. We are enhancing the system through investing in things like sensors in the water and sewer main networks to enable predictive maintenance. We maintain automatic meter reading capabilities that help customers monitor their usage online. We perform water delivery investigations in alignment with regulations. We continue to meet service levels even though we currently have a 22.5% employee vacancy rate. We are investing in our customer information system and our self-service portal. And like the general fund, we anticipate rolling out priority-based budgeting to more closely align spending, both operating expense and capital expense, with City Council goals. We acknowledge that rate increases are challenging for some customers, so we offer several forms of assistance to meet the needs of the customer. For those customers that are in need of financial assistance, we offer several options. We have payment plans that extend up to 12 months. We offer utility assistance through our partner, Mid-America Assistance Coalition. A few years ago, we were contributing $500,000 a year to the program. That increased to $800,000 in fiscal year 2021 during COVID and is now at $1 million per year. We also have the Leak Stoppers program, Bridging the Gap, where we provide assistance to help customers stop leaks through installing new filters and toilet flappers, as well as installation of new toilets where needed. Even with all those forms of assistance, we are still at a disadvantage compared to our local gas and electric utilities. They have the federal LIHEAP, which is the Low-Income Heating and Electrical Assistance Program. Casey Water does not currently have a federal program that customers can utilize for financial assistance. The history of our water rate increases is displayed on this graph. Going back to fiscal year 2000, you'll notice that from fiscal year 2002 to 2004, there were no increases. While this was politically popular, it essentially kicked the can down the road. In addition, the freezing of rates from 2002 to 2004 forced the utility into a period of prolonged double-digit rate increases to get back to properly investing in the system and sending the message to the debt markets that we were serious about being able to meet future obligations. The utility did experience a credit downgrade in 2005 by Moody's. From 2016 through 2022, the council, to its credit, was implementing rate increases that were consistent with consumer inflation and providing relief during the COVID crisis. However, as mentioned earlier, several of the costs in the industry have skyrocketed, and our rate increases have not kept pace with this industry inflation. A good example would be the cost to replace 1 mile of water main. This cost has risen from roughly $1 million per mile back in 2020 to about $2.3 million per mile currently. I would also like to point out that compared to other cities, our proposed rate increases are a little more modest. St. Louis, for instance, is currently proposing a 20% increase in their water rates. The city of Houston is seeking $15 billion for a new water plant and wastewater improvements that will come with a double-digit rate increase. And then Thames Water in London, England, currently needs a €3 billion financial bailout that ratepayers will have to shoulder the burden for in order to get the utility back to solvency. The history of our sewer rate increases. This view goes back to fiscal year 2000 as well. The city entered into a 25-year consent decree in September of 2010. During that time, we were already starting a campaign of double-digit rate increases to address what was, at that time, a $4.5 billion overflow control program. Since then, the Environmental Protection Agency has signed off on 3 amendments to the consent decree, reducing the total amount of the program to $2.3 billion and reducing the combined sewer overflows we need to capture. It's also extended the program 5 more years through 2040. As a result, we have been able to temper rate increases in accordance with what the 2017 Citizens Task Force on Rates recommended and keep our rate increase level at 6% per year. Again, I'd like to give the council credit for holding rate increases in 2021 when the COVID crisis was at its peak. Utility fund balances. Currently, the water and sewer utilities have sufficient fund balances. However, within those balances, the utilities need to adhere to the fund balance and reserve policies of the city, as well as bond ordinance requirements as listed in the Propriety Fund Information in Ordinance 240171. These include having sufficient balances to cover operating reserves, debt service reserves, renewal and replacement reserves. In addition to these policies, we need to ensure for the ratepayers that we are balancing the use of cash against the use of debt in order to not over-leverage the utility in future for the ratepayer base. Given that we have been in an environment of rising interest rates over the last few years, having a sufficient cash balance provides management with the flexibility to use cash and lower future borrowing for the utility's capital improvement program. Another positive to these fund balances is that the rating agencies, Moody's and Standard & Poor's specifically, look more favorably and generally provide better ratings to utilities in this situation. In turn, this minimizes borrowing costs. As you deplete fund balances, you run the risk of potential rating downgrades, which can lead to higher borrowing costs in the future. Given that we have significant capital improvement program plans for the next 5 years, how we utilize our cash balances, future revenue from ratepayers, and decision around bond financing amounts is critical to the financial management of each utility. For fiscal year 2026 through fiscal year 2030, we're anticipating a water capital improvement program of about $1.57 billion. For fiscal 2026 through fiscal year 2030, we're anticipating a sewer capital improvement program of $2.43 billion. And then finally, you can't count on cash forever because once it's used, it's gone, and then you have to replenish it through high rate increases. Also worth mentioning, for the water utility, we'll be coming forward in the near future to the council for approval to put an initiative on the ballot for water revenue bond authorization. The water utility will nearly exhaust the remaining amount of the 2014 water bond authorization. The authorization was for $500 million, and we've issued, there will be 6 bonds from that amount, as you can see in the table. We are currently in the process of selling the 2025A issue. After that sale next month, we will need a new water revenue bond authorization to sell any water bonds in the future to generate proceeds for bond-funded capital improvements. We just met with the rating agencies last week, and they'll be watching very closely to see how much authorization gets approved by this council to be on the ballot and how the outcome of the voters' decision to approve it goes. Thank you. Happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. The chart that you had showing the long-term water rate increases since 2020, I think there was only 3 or 4 years over the last 25 where there hasn't been a rate increase. What is the long-term projection? It seems that we are in this perpetual cycle of rate increases. Is that just the norm of how water departments operate in cities, or is there a point that we eventually get to where we're not imposing increase after increase year after year on city residents?
The financial model, we run a 5-year financial model, and currently with the levels of capital improvement program that we have, in order to meet our debt service coverage and reserves, we've projected at a 6% rate increase moving forward as well.
Every year?
Time. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, sounds like what I've heard is that our residents can expect a rate increase from here until?
That's currently how it's projected. The biggest driver of the utilities is the capital improvement program. We've met with Director Queen and her staff quite a bit lately, and we have plans going forward to be much more involved in the city's CIP, capital improvement program, to be much more involved. Besides, I think to date it's been primarily the PIAC projects that have been brought to the council. We intend to get every project that is in our capital improvement program presented to council in the normal process so that you elected officials are able to see what is in that program and determine what needs to be done, what needs to be put off, what needs to not be done. So there could be some adjustments in the future. It's really going to be up to the councils.
Well, I can tell you now that that's going to be a hard sell to constituents in regards to a rate increase every year, especially for those who are struggling right now in order to make ends meet when it comes to paying bills, when it comes to paying taxes. And for us and I'll speak for myself, I don't want to speak for any of my colleagues, but for me to go out and tell the public that you can expect a rate increase every year on your water bill, I think is going to be unacceptable. So I say that to say that, is there any other options that you guys are looking at? I know, what about some type of grants? And I know with the current environment, grants are skeptical to say the least. But I mean, what other avenues are you guys pursuing to look at softening the burden of a rate increase on constituents?
Yes, sir. We absolutely explore all the grants that are available. We've never been able to find grants that replace revenue directly. It's all, the grants that we find are all project-driven. So we also pursue state revolving fund borrowings when available. Our nearly operational biosolids plant at Blue River is an excellent example of that. We used $100 million of state revolving fund to complete that project at an interest cost that's significantly lower than if we'd gone to market and sold bonds to cover. For the upcoming Todd Creek wastewater treatment plant, we're pursuing the state revolving funds for that as well. There's several smaller water projects that we've identified for that same purpose. So whenever possible, we try to borrow money at the lowest cost available.
Have you looked within the department to see if there's any budgetary cuts that could possibly be made to kind of offset some of these increases?
Unfortunately, I think we're pretty far ahead of that. Like mentioned, we really scrutinize every dollar, and there's not a lot of fluff going on within the department. Our expenses are primarily driven by the infrastructure costs. Fire hydrants, for example, 3-4 years ago, a fire hydrant cost about $1,100. Today, it costs over $2,000. Every stick of pipe that we put in the ground has seen nearly that same amount of increase. The chemicals have almost doubled. Some of them have more than doubled. Our electricity cost has seen significant increases as well. So we pursue budget. We really scrutinize every budget line that we submit with our budget, and I look forward to presenting that this Thursday. But we've not been able to identify any of those big home runs that could save us. That presented need for a rate adjustment. The big thing that would make a difference is a reduction in the capital improvement program.
All right.
Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. Director Morgan. Councilmember Curls, in addition to what we are looking at internally, what we'll continue to look at internally, it is the downside of not a rate increase. And so I'd like to add some information relative to that. Our major components that reflect the requested increase, one of them is the water main replacement program. And that is to replace our water mains that are aging and old and the cause of leaks, potential contamination in that. Without a rate increase that we're requesting, you're going to have an increased number of water main breaks. You're going to have an increase in the potential for the contamination of our system. And so the restoration of our assets now is what we're requesting. And our goal is to continue with it on a programmatic approach. And that is to guarantee a certain amount every year, which is what the industry requires to maintain an effective system. As Phil identified, the cost of the components we're replacing are going up astronomically, the cost of chemicals and all those things. And so when we look at what it costs us to treat water, to distribute water, to receive the sanitary, and then to treat that and to put it back into the system, a combination of those things costing more to do, those things costing more to purchase, and as well increased regulations. Those are the things that are driving the cost of business for us to do it. But know and understand we are looking internally at ways in which we can just really kind of balance and provide a greater value for the expenses and the costs and things that we are requesting. I would love to be here and say, you know, we don't need this, but I'd be lying. And one of the things that, and Phil alluded to it too with the other examples he gave, these are industry-wide concerns across the country. Some agencies are taking a proactive approach, which is what we've seen here with this council in terms of the water main replacement program. That's a proactive approach. A number of municipalities, they're not doing that. And they literally are setting themselves up for a disaster because these assets are going to fail. And if they fail when you're monitoring them and you're replacing them in kind, you have a better ability to manage costs and control costs. If you let them fail without addressing them equitably, then those costs are going to be astronomical and it's going to be a lot more expensive. And so we're just trying to balance that and to try to stay ahead of it is what our primary goal is.
I appreciate that, but the concern that I have, and I'm not saying that you don't need it. I'm not saying that it's something that needs to be addressed. I'm just saying that John Q. Public out there, who gets his water bill every month, from now on is going to be seeing a rate increase every year. They're not going to understand what you just expressed. They're not going to know that aspect of it. They're not going to think that this is a necessity. All they're going to see is that my bill done went up again, and it's perpetual. Seems like there's no end in sight. And we, as elected officials, have to go out here and talk to these people and try to explain to them, like you just did to me, the reason why. They're not going to understand that. They're not really going to want to hear that, is my point. So how can we, as elected officials, translate that to an understanding to the public that it's a necessity, and maybe you need to do better in education to these people or to the residents of the city as to what you explain through your water bills, public engagement, whatever it takes, because we are the ones that's going to be on the line. They're not going to call you. They're going to call us, and we're going to take the hit. So that's my concern when it comes to a rate increase every year in whatever that word is. Perpetuity.
I had to think.
Yeah. Thank you. But I'm just saying, in all seriousness, I think this is a problem. And I just want to make sure that I'm on record expressing that, because I know my constituents are going to be calling me, asking me why is there, because we just had a rate increase, I believe, a few months ago or last year. So now we're going to have another one, and then we're going to have another one. And people are tired of everything's going up, and I understand that, but they don't understand why a lot of times. And a lot of times, they can't afford it. Pure and simple. They just can't afford it. They're going to have to make decisions whether they buy medication or whether they pay their water bill. So, sorry, thank you.
No. I have a couple questions. I'll get to you, Councilman Rea. I remember us talking about this a few years ago. We have utility assistance programs for other utilities and not water. I vaguely remember our prior water director talking about, I thought we put it on our legislative priorities a few years ago and I couldn't find it, that there was some program that we could get, and he's looking at me like I'm crazy, that we could go after assistance for waters like utilities. And we've never been successful at doing that. So I'm thinking that there's not, does anybody recall this discussion that we've had? And it's always been either related to our legislative priority discussion or waters. And I think it's something that maybe has been talked about, but never has come to fruition. But is anybody remembering this, or am I just making it up?
Kelly Postwaite, City Manager's Office. Yes, I recall those conversations. I think we had conversations last year about that as well. Celeste, you might be able to help here too. But we talked about how can the Water Department expand its public assistance, and we are confined by the Hancock Amendment, which prevents us from using ratepayer money to assist low income or really assist anything. But what we can do is use our agents like the Mid-America Coalition and provide more money than just the $1 million, which then their process then allocates that money. And so that's what I remember as part of the conversation.
I was thinking there was like some federal program or national program that was looking into this, recognizing that water's not always treated equal as other utility programs, but
Hi, Celeste Cheney Tucker, Deputy Director for Water Services. There used to be a federal program, the Low Income Water Assistance Program, that we call LIWAP, and that was during COVID, and then the decision was made by legislation not to continue that program, but we would welcome our legislators to go back and ask to implement the low assistance water program, because water is the most precious resource. And we see the LIHEAP program with the electrical and with the gas, but we do not see it for water. So we will welcome that.
okay, all right. Okay. I didn't think I'd imagined that. My second question is for Director Queen. When we talk about these capital improvement projects, are they included in the structural imbalance that you are projecting?
Well, the structural imbalance that we talk about is really related to the general fund.
Okay.
But what we haven't been doing is having water bring their capital program, or aviation for that matter, at the same time that we bring you the rest of the city's capital program. And so that is something we want to fix for next year when you all are ready to deal with the 5-year financial plan. Because what we want to do is have, as Phil mentioned, we want to have that conversation sooner in the process so that there is time for you all to say, I don't want so many water mains replaced because I want a rate increase that is going to be less.
Right.
And then we have time to have that conversation so that we are not having this conversation at budget time like we have been having.
Between the structural imbalance and the capital improvements is we can choose not to do the capital improvements.
Correct, so long as they're not federally mandated or state environmental mandated or something like that, and Ken can speak better to that than I can, but yeah, that would be the thing that would keep us from being able to cut. But any, I'm going to call them the elective procedures or elective projects that we are saying, well, no, we need to do this, but this council could decide, no, we don't want to do that right now or yet. We want to wait and push that off a little bit. Understanding the risks.
Until, as Director Morgan says, the water mains break.
Exactly.
And then we have to repair them.
And then you pay a large claim on the other side for flooding the basements of many, many units, which has happened.
Okay, I think Councilman Rea had a question, but he may be getting that answered.
I was asking a different question. Yeah, I guess it's the perpetual nature of it that bothers me. And I get it. You can fit a whole bunch of cities in our city boundaries that have way more density and a lot more population. Like, that is not lost on me. We're big, we're spread out, and we have a lot of needs to meet and not a lot of people paying into that. But is a perpetual rate increase really the best option out there? Is there no other peer city that has developed in a similar way to ours that hasn't come up with some other creative rate structure or solutions to avoid such a regular rate increase?
Not that I'm aware of. The best option would be to increase the population in Kansas City by
which we're trying to do, and it has increased.
Everything.
It has increased, but the rates have also continued to increase.
Yes, absolutely. A lot of similar cities are not faced with the geographic challenge that we have. You know, when we look at the population that supports this system, honestly, we don't have enough customers for as big as the city is to avoid the infrastructure improvements that have to be done. Kansas City also has, the sizable consent decree on the sewer side, and many other cities are not burdened by such a large consent decree. So that's been the running challenge on the sewer side.
What are the other communities that we sell water to?
Excuse me?
Wholesale water. What are the other communities that we sell water to?
City of Lee Summit, City of Raytown, Grandview. We just entered into a new contract with the City of Mosby. There's 34 active wholesale water customers, and I could definitely send you a list.
With surrounding jurisdictions? With our surrounding jurisdictions, they're all neighbors?
Yep, they're all adjacent to Kansas City, Missouri.
Are they subject to rate increases or
Yes.
Are they? Okay.
Absolutely, yes.
And do they pay similar rates to what our residents pay?
They see a similar increase. It's determined by the cost of service study. So the cost to, sell 1 million or send 1 million gallons to Lee Summit is a little different than sending 1 million gallons to 99th and Holmes. The infrastructure, we own everything up through their system, but we're not responsible for the final delivery of the product. We're not billing their customers, so there's a lot of those fixed costs that we don't experience directly with our wholesale customers.
Yeah, so they share a rate increase, but what
Yes.
about a rate? Do they pay at a comparable rate does someone at Lee Summit pay a comparable rate to what a Kansas City resident is paying for water service?
I would have to look at it separately. I imagine that I don't know what the City of Lee Summit charges their customers.
They're just an example. My general question is, are we charging folks for our services outside of Kansas City the same that we're charging them in Kansas City?
The dollar amount, Hugh, do you
I can
have
talk
it?
about it.
Please.
Yeah, you can. So, Councilman, we have Hugh Wooden, financial analyst with KC Water. So we have 34 water wholesale agreements, and we have 27 sewer interjurisdictional agreements. And each of those agreements have different terms and conditions in them. And of course, we implement rates. So like, for instance, if you have a wholesale customer who's on the unrestricted rate, meaning they can take as much water from our system as they want, they're going to pay a higher rate than somebody who's on a restricted rate, meaning they can't take as much water as they want. So those rates, and these are huge purchasers. So for instance, Lee Summit is our largest water wholesale customer. They purchase 1.5 million CCF from us every year, and they represent like 4% of our revenue essentially. So in terms of the actual rate, the rates are a little bit lower than what they are for a residential customer. So like you probably use maybe 5 units a month. You're not using, 150,000 units a month like a city is that's buying from us. And they don't have, we have a plant to maintain and whatnot. We're just pumping the water to them and then they're reselling it. And they can't resell it to other communities. They have to take it and sell it in their community. So that's how it works. I mean, think of it as, if you're a bigger supplier to Walmart, you're going to ask for a discount to get your product on the shelf.
Yeah. If they don't get it from us, where are they going to get it from?
They have emergency interconnects with other systems that they can tap if we can't supply it to them. Yeah. But we would be the first purchaser. I mean, they have to buy from us first, essentially.
Yeah. Well, I'm wondering if that's an area where we could find some relief if we are willing to charge folks outside of Kansas City at least at the same rate that a Kansas City resident is going to pay.
Again, going back to what Phil said in his presentation, we do an annual cost of service study where we look at what it costs to service the different customer classes. So there are different costs associated with servicing a residential inside city customer than there are with servicing a water wholesale customer outside the city.
Could you explain that again? I'm not following, I'm sorry.
Okay, so Phil, can you go to that? Well, you were just talking to it. Basically, so we essentially look at every customer class, residential, commercial, inside city, outside city, wholesale, IJA, and we look at what it costs to service each of those customers. And then we set rates accordingly to recover those costs associated with serving those customer classes.
I see. So you're saying it's cheaper to service someone in Lee Summit?
we're just pumping the water to them. We don't have to pay to distribute it to all the taps in Lee Summit, for example, like we have to here in Kansas City, where we're pumping it to the lateral lines.
Yeah, but our folks are paying for the system that creates the water that they're getting the benefit of. cheaper.
We're also recovering part of the cost to, in terms of what it costs to treat, because we're treating the same water that's going to them that's going to you. So, they're paying for that as well in their rates.
Mm-hmm. The big difference is the end user. We're not responsible for the maintenance, the replacement, the reading of all those individual customer meters. We only have one meter going to that other wholesale customer. That's the only meter that we have to be sure is working correctly, is reading correctly, is billing correctly. Whereas, the city of Lee Summit, for instance, they have 150, 200,000
Correct.
citizens. So they have, 80,000 meters that they're responsible for. And, the billing's also based on the distance. So if it's close to our treatment plant, it can be pumped a lot easier. We have one repump zone, and then we have a second repump zone. So the further away someone is, we charge them additional. It's in the rate ordinance for each pump that we have to do to get the water to them. And there's no, because every customer inside Kansas City is charged the same, whether you live, in Briarcliff and, that water, you can look out your window and see it being treated, or if you live, just outside Martin City on Holmes, that rate is exactly the same.
Are there costs that we are not recovering that are being shouldered by Kansas City residents, but that residents of other municipalities are benefiting from?
Not that I'm aware of.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No, it's our infrastructure.
No, not that I'm aware of.
We're recovering all those costs?
We are,
Yes.
yeah. That's part of doing a cost of service study every year. That's why we look at the system every year and do that, to make sure we are recovering what we need to recover and that we're not charging more for things we're not recovering, to your point.
Any other questions?
Not this time.
I think we will continue on with the budget ordinances.
All right, thank you all for your time.
Thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
All right. So continuing on in the annual budget ordinances, so we have covered the 4 rate-setting ordinances that this committee will consider. The next 2 ordinances relate to the annual GO bond appropriation. So that is ordinance number 250173 and 250174. These ordinances are built based on the GO bond plan previously approved with the annual update to the 5-year financial plans with the citywide business plan. It is a capital planning best practice to include multi-year capital plan. Why is that? Is that the project scopes are complex, requiring advanced work and planning on design and other complexities such as right-of-way considerations. The citywide business plan was approved pursuant to committee substitute for ordinance number 240857, passed on October 31st, 2024. Ordinance number 2501 and 250174, authorizing the exact plan approved by this city council for the 25-26 projects. There is a detailed section within the submitted budget document online. It's the capital and debt section that breaks down each of those previously approved capital plans. Specifically, ordinance number 250173, that is the GO bond 2017 issuance. That is question 1, 2, and 3, the original issuance of $800 million over 20 years. To cover question 1 was roads, bridges, and sidewalks with a total appropriation over that 20 years of $60 or 600 million. Question 2 is flood control for 150 million over those 20 years. And question 3 covers public buildings over that term of $50 million. You can see on this slide how much has been spent. I don't plan to go into a lot of detail in each of these plans. We discussed these in the months of September and October of last year, and I think they were robustly debated, but we are certainly here for any questions you may have. These plans were all built pursuant to the capital asset rating system, and that is how we build capital budgets pursuant to ordinance number 220484. It's a data-based approach to determine the needs are great across the city, what is the highest and greatest need across Kansas City. Ordinance number 250174 is also the GEO bond. That's the 2022 issuance. That is 175 million over 5 years. Question 1 is 125 million over those 5 years. 80 million of that question 1 is dedicated to the Parks Department. 45 million is dedicated to conventions, and then question 2 authorizes 50 million for affordable housing initiatives. So those ordinances directly follow what the City Council passed. You can see that detail in the budget document in the capital and debt section, as well as in the citywide business plan. The past citywide business plan is included in the budget online. Our final budget ordinance for this committee that you'll be considering in the weeks ahead. And I will say we have online today 2 guests with us. They have been important in this process here for Kansas City. That is Chris Fabian with Tyler Technologies or ResourceX. He is one of, if not the leading expert for priority-based budgeting in the country. As well as Micah Intermill. Micah has been our consultant since the City Council took office, developing the citywide business plan, and now supporting the alignment of resources through priority-based budgeting. So they're both online to help support any questions you may have today, and they'll be in attendance in each and every Finance Committee meeting ahead. So a reminder of where we're at in the legislative process for the budget. This budget was submitted to City Council on February the 6th, and there are a process of public hearings, and we had our second hearing last night. I think all of them so far have been well put together. They have been well attended. I am so encouraged by the variety of input we're getting this year from individuals. In prior years, it's great to hear from special interest groups, but we really want to hear from everyone, the average citizen, on what's important to you. So that is where we're at. We have one more meeting ahead, and I'll talk about that. Today introduces the budget ordinances, and this council will be considering these budget ordinances in their current form or amendments to any of these ordinances. And the budget, I believe this council is plans to pass the budget early this year. We're required to pass it by the 4th regular meeting in March, but the budget timeline approved by this council via resolution is to pass the budget ordinances on March the 20th. So following that calendar, it would be this committee would need to advance out on March the 18th, all of the budget ordinances in their current form or in amendment. So important in the process is the public budget engagement for residents to come out and say, how did we do? How does this budget reflect your priorities, and provide that feedback? We have one more opportunity for resident engagement this Saturday, March 1st at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. That will be at Avila University at the Goppert Performing Arts Center. And we also have at kcmo.gov/budget. Not everyone can attend those public meetings. So there's opportunity to provide feedback, and that feedback is provided to City Council and will be provided each week moving forward through that forum so that Council can consider all the feedback received from the public. Kansas City's budget, I won't go into a great amount of detail here because we have covered that, but it is a $2.5 billion budget. You can see Kansas City's budget is broken out by business type activities, roughly a third of Kansas City's budget. That's the Water and Aviation Department for the city. those fees can only support those operations. The other 2/3 of Kansas City's budget is considered governmental activities at $1.7 billion. And you see here the increases between our current budget. It's approximately 8.2% increase between our current budget, and our business type activities is increasing 8.1%. So the budget is available online, and I have even seen posts from some of you with your light reading material on the weekends and in your off time reading the 750-page document. But the budget document in various views, we try to break it out at the department level, in the council priority level, in the fund level, so that it is easily digestible, I hope, in various views. The budget is available online at www.kcmo.gov/budget. And important of that is giving the City Council an opportunity to speak directly with departments. So we're here providing an overview of the budget, and of course available for any questions, not only in this forum, but also we receive and we are receiving questions from your office and welcome those questions along the way. But we want to give the opportunity for you to speak directly to department directors. So that is facilitated through 3 department presentation dates. We have finished our first date of Thursday, February the 13th, that you heard from a number of our departments, primarily our finance and governance goal for the city. We have 2 more dates this week. It's a busy budget week for this council. The next is February the 26th, this Wednesday at 8:30 to 12:30. The next is this Thursday, February 27th at 8:30. It will be held in council chambers here at City Hall, and they will also be streamed online as well through our city communications department and the city's YouTube channel. What that looks like, if you are interested in a department's budget, this is the schedule for the next 2 days. This is also published on the city clerk's website. On Wednesday, February 26th, we'll be hearing from our Housing and Healthy Communities departments, Housing, Parks and Recreation. We'll also hear from the Public Works Department, Neighborhood Services Department, and we'll hear in the council goal area Public Safety for the Municipal Court and our Police Department. On Thursday, you'll be hearing from continuing our public safety departments, the fire department to start off the day, and then you'll hear from our business type activity departments of aviation and water services, the health department, as well as the general services department. And I would like to, of course, always thank our finance chair for ensuring we have a transparent process. But in recent years, under her leadership, we have moved these from 2 days to 3 days, because we want the opportunity for you to ask directly the questions of those departments. What does this budget mean for them? How does it impact service levels, and any other questions in which you wish to dive into? I can't stress this enough, and I think it's important in saying this, whether we're in public, in forums. We are working with limited resources and many competing demands, and I could not say it better than those that said it last night, that every need that came across and discussed last night matters and is important to the community. But we are facing for our general fund, and our general fund for Kansas City is the least restrictive of use. We are facing a structural imbalance, and this budget does assume a drawdown of approximately 65 million rounded up of our general fund. So any programs being considered by the City Council, if there is not a dedicated funding stream, and many of those are at full capacity, it will come from this general fund category here. So there will be challenging conversations and decisions ahead. Anything additive we need to look at, is there an offsetting reduction before we look at continuing to draw down this fund balance? The submitted budget does assume we will stay above the city's target of 3 months emergency reserve. But in this current position, by next budget year, we are challenged with hitting below our target reserve for Kansas City, which is 3 months of expenditures. Certainly a challenging conversation ahead. So this City Council has prioritized, and has for a decade, sustainability to ensure not only can we deliver the services for Kansas City today, but for the years ahead. Much of that has been in policy decisions, such as building your fund balance over those 10 years. And in the first year that COVID happened and almost the entire fund balance was depleted, ensuring that that was shored up first, so that in the event that that pandemic would have impacted our economy for a longer period of time, important services like trash and public safety could continue. There's also an important priority that this city council has put into place that we are in the process of implementing, and that is priority-based budgeting. And that is, while this budget is really just building the framework for that in the general fund, what services do we provide? Just building that basic framework. Any additions in this budget, I shared at the request of the city council the scoring for how the city manager, which decision packages he selected and how those scored, so you can see that. And we'll also be looking at any budget amendments in the process through this lens of priority-based budgeting. This is a multi-year rollout, but it starts somewhere. And what priority-based budgeting is about, and I think our Mayor Pro Tem sponsored this and was such a chair of this, said it so well last night, and why this is so important, is Kansas City in the past has looked at resource allocation, and there's nothing wrong with how it's been done. But for instance, during COVID, when cuts had to take place, it was an 11% reduction across the board. Our services vary. So when COVID happened, and more people were working from home, we actually had to provide more trash services for the city. So an 11 across the board cut, that is not a strategic approach to doing that. So this budget starts that process, but we have a couple of years worth of work ahead. Next year's budget will really focus on meeting with each and every department director. We have an insights report that will be shared ahead after the city manager signs off, that we have to look at revenue opportunities. We have to look at strategic reductions. One thing I think is beautiful about this couple 100-page report is that it looks at programs in every city, not every city, but cities across the country to see how they're funding programs like this. Maybe there's a fee supporting. I'm going to use the example of a tenant-type program. Other cities doing this might look at charging landlords a certain type of fee, or through the court system a type of fee. I'm not saying that is the answer for Kansas City, but it is one tool. We'll be working with our city managers and department directors to help close this structural imbalance ahead in a strategic way. And then I can't stress enough the importance. We are seeing a slowing of revenue growth. Growth still, happy to see the growth, but we have been at very abnormal levels of growth, high in recent years. So this budget, when we're looking at getting back to more normalized growth rates of 3%, 4%, 5% versus the 8%, 9%, and 10%, our revenue growth has been at 8%, 10%, and we've got to start slowing that along with our revenue growth. So the budget amendment process ahead, what that looks like is this city council will have 2 amendments ahead that you'll be working on. Amendment A is going to be for errors we find in the budget. We always find errors in a budget of this size, as much as we try to have a perfect budget. So you will have a budget amendment A the next time you meet, and it will be shared every single week that with the entire city council. That is for administrative type errors. Budget amendment B, these are for mayor and council member program type requests. These are programmatic requests, and we would ask that you submit them in writing. Also, Micah has provided access to, for those of you that want to know what the priority-based budgeting process is like, do your own scoring. We've given you access to the budget system that, along with instructions, that you can enter your amendments there, and of course, we're here for support with that. We are asking that there is a amendment submittal deadline of March the 5th. Council is out the following week. And why that's important is we want to make sure we understand your request of changes so that we can assign appropriate funds in those recommendations, et cetera. A lot of times they come over with one line. Well, there's a lot more to these programs, so we want to be able to call your offices, ask those questions. So with that, that kind of concludes the overview of the budget ordinance process. We will continue the budget discussions in detail with departments tomorrow morning. Gosh, where's the week going? As well as Thursday morning. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I have just a statement and a couple questions, maybe one question. The deadline is also so that the amendments can be submitted to the committee in advance too, because I believe last year we were sitting in the chambers and still had not received the amendments yet because they were coming at the last minute. So we just want to ensure that the committee has them in advance so that we can consider them as well. The question I had, it was actually brought up last night about the impact that some of the cut in funding, federal fundings, the layoffs, the things that are going on kind of at the federal level, had this during COVID as well, because that all hit as some of us were adopting our first budget. And I think we were looking to just continue because we did not really understand what the impacts of that was going to be at that time. I think I know the answer that this has not taken that into account, because when the process started, as we outlined in the budget calendar, we weren't aware of that. And so it doesn't really take it into account at this point. But at some point, if it does have a negative impact on revenue, then we may have to address that at some point.
Yes, and thank you for bringing up that point. When we're in front of you every quarter, and if it had to be more frequently because of an urgent situation like COVID, we will be here. And I think that is one of the values of having a multi-year forward-looking forecast. But we can also bring back, when major changes are happening like that, bring back to this committee what we think that impact is. And it's so early to know what if those impacts will be right now. We don't have that modeled, but certainly something we are watching very closely, that if there needs to be any policy recommendations or changes to the current 5-year forecast for the major funds for the city, we'd be bringing that to you.
Yeah, and I will add that we have our Commissioner of Revenue looking at withholding, especially for federal government agencies, and kind of making sure that if we see a trend, that we are getting on top of that sooner rather than later.
Councilman Rea.
Sure. Back to the slide that shows our long-term structural imbalance. Is that when we see this, is this a best case scenario, worst case scenario, or something in between? And do you, in budgeting practice, do you assign a level of confidence to a scenario that you present?
We do. So I never try to be too conservative, and we try to be realistic. Now, our economy has been booming in the last several years that it was hard for any economist to forecast. What I will say is that at the end of the year, you all receive a year-end presentation, and we hold ourselves accountable to forecasts. Now, I will say out years, 3, 4, 5 years out, it's much harder to forecast. But when we're presenting you each quarter, at the end of the year, one of the performance indicators for finance, or my division, budget in finance, is plus or minus 3%. So we come here at the end of every year when we go through performance of every funds, and we say, this is what we estimated. This is where we landed. We'll talk through on the general fund what that looked like for revenue, what that looked like for expenditures. Some things we can predict. We'll talk through if there's a reason why we didn't know something or we just missed the mark. But we try to do that in a way that is transparent and that can give a level of confidence on the projections during your time here in office, that you know how we're projecting to outcomes for the year. And that happens every year after the year-end close. You'll see Director Queen, Deputy Director William Choi, and myself up here giving that year-end review.
Yeah, and I have some more questions. I know we're going to meet here soon after lunch, so I'm going to pick your brain about that. But, so this, best case scenario, worst case scenario, most realistic scenario, how do you classify this, and with what level of confidence are you assigning to it?
I classify this as a realistic scenario based on what we know today.
Okay, with what level of confidence?
I don't know that I would have that to like be able to assign a level of confidence to it. I mean.
Yeah, well, my question is, do you do that in budgeting practice? I mean, so many other statistical fields, when a statistical conclusion is reached, there's usually some level of confidence assigned to it. And so that's, I guess, my main question is, do we do that in budgeting? And if so, what is it for this scenario?
I don't know that I've ever looked at it that way, which is interesting. We have always looked at it at the end of the year in like a plus or minus. Are we within target plus or minus 3%? I can send you that data exactly where we were on revenues and expenditures. At the end of last year, I don't think we hit the mark right at 3%, but I think we were, and it's in a KPI for our office, but I think we were under 4%, so relatively reasonable for a budget of this size. Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean for that to be a curveball, if it was. Second question, it looks like the departments we have coming before us tomorrow and Thursday are all very relevant to the citizen satisfaction surveys. I don't think we received those. Will we receive it by tomorrow?
You mean receiving the presentations that they're going to make, or
the results of the
receiving
citizen
results?
satisfaction surveys, so that we can use that to analyze the budget.
That was requested, and thank you for that reminder. That was a follow-up. We'll work with the city manager's office to ensure that you do get that today.
Okay.
And yes.
Because, for instance, I see neighborhood services, and last year I used the citizen satisfaction surveys to request more money for illegal dumping based on the neighborhood services department presentation. That's tomorrow, but I don't have that information this time around.
We will get that to you just shortly after this meeting. I will also say we ask in each department, if they are, not all internal-facing departments have this, we have asked them to create a slide that focuses on the citizen satisfaction survey in response to some of the feedback we got from our first meeting. So department directors are preparing for that in their presentations later this week.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Any questions? I do. The presentation by the water department, I don't think was included in this. I wonder if we can get that circulated as well, because I think members of the committee, as well as the council members, may be interested in seeing that. Any other questions? Seeing that? Remind me, we will hold all of these ordinances until the 18th when we take up the amendments. I don't think, how do we do public testimony? We should have asked that in.
I mean, you will need to do it. I know the one that you need to do for today, because today was the published hearing, is the 250170, which is the property tax rates.
Okay.
You should specifically ask for public testimony on that, and I think you probably could ask for it on all of them, and just, that's up to you, how you want to handle that. But I know specifically, we did notice a public hearing for that particular ordinance.
All right. Maybe by the fourth year, I'll remember how we do all this. All right, so I will specifically call for any public testimony on ordinance number 250170, but as well on any of the other ordinance, but recognizing that we do have public testimony for the budget ordinances coming up on Saturday. So is there any public testimony, Howard?
There's no one who appears in person to testify. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand, and there's no written testimony submitted for this ordinance.
Okay. Well, seeing none, we will hold 250169 through 250175 until the 18th, correct?
Correct. And it will need an advance that day.
Yes. 18th of February, March. Yes. Okay.
Well, I was going to say, do you want to hold them so that they will not appear on future agendas between now and then? Or do you want to, because they won't appear, if you say February, or March 18th, I think they will not appear on your next agendas. And maybe you don't want them to, but it would give you an opportunity to discuss if you wanted. We don't have anything planned necessarily during that time unless
Is
you've
there
got.
any budget amendments?
Yes.
We typically, every week, if
Report on them.
there are new amendments, that would be an
Okay.
opportunity just to give an update on
All
those
right, well-
amendments, but that, yes.
Hold 1 week then.
Let's just hold them on 1 week then, and then they will still appear on the agenda in case there is anything that comes up that needs to be discussed. Okay.
Thank you.
Like I said, eventually I'll remember how we do this.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right.
250176, resolution for the adoption of the city's economic mobility strategy for residents at the 40% federal property level and directing the city manager to develop and propose to the city council a pilot initiative related to the same, to engage an external vendor to collect data, collaborate with stakeholders, engage, including but not limited to the council, private and public funders, service providers, employers, and residents to implement an economic mobility strategy for the city, to identify and propose funding in the annual budget of the city and in the amount of $250,000 for fiscal year 26 and $250,000 for fiscal year 27 for the project, and directing the city manager to submit an initial and thereafter biannual report on the implementation of this resolution to the city council.
Are you able to pull up the presentation?
It is.
I don't know what to do. I pulled it up, but after that, I'm not sure how to project it.
Yeah, I can come over and run it.
Thank you. While he's pulling that up, I'll go ahead and get started with my remarks. Good morning, or good afternoon at this point, members of the Finance Committee. I am here to share my heartfelt advocacy regarding the urgent need for our city to pass a resolution that supports economic mobility within the city of Kansas City. This is a goal that is not only just crucial for our families, but vital for the very fabric of our community. As many of us know, the challenges of poverty persist in our community. The data illustrates a poignant reality. In the 3rd Council District, the poverty rate is double that of the entire city. This is not merely a statistic. It represents real lives, real struggles, and unfulfilled potential. Every day, families are focused to navigate a system riddled with barriers that inhibit access to economic opportunities. We need a comprehensive approach now that exclusively addresses these issues, focusing on economic mobility without the hindrance of barriers. This resolution can be a game changer, specifically aimed at empowering our constituents. Economic mobility is not just about finding a job. It's about creating pathways to prosperity. It's empowering individuals to rise above their circumstance, to chart a course towards a brighter future for themselves and their families. We have began building a collaborative with the Health Flora Foundation and with the Metropolitan Community Colleges by participating in the Urban Institute's Mobility Action Learning Collaborative with 26 locations, Kansas City being one of them, across the U.S. We began this work in November of 2023. This was after my office applied for and was awarded to selected to participate in this 12-month intensive program to address upward mobility. Today, we have the pleasure of sharing with you some of the work that we've done, give you some background about upward mobility, and some additional information about how are we advancing economic opportunities for those who need it most. I wanted to introduce you to Lee Evans and Jesus Guzman. They will take it from here. They're with the Urban Institute. And I'll drive the slides. And I've told them that you all already have the slides. You've reviewed it. I told them to please kind of go quickly through this so that we can make this presentation succinct as possible. We won't go in depth on every slide, but after our presentation, if you would like us to go through the data more deeply, we're happy to do that. So, Lee, take it away.
Yeah, thank you, Councilwoman Robinson. And you have the slides, you're going to share the slides because I have them up too, and I'm happy to push them forward.
I have them, and yes, I have them, and I will.
Wonderful,
drive
thank you.
Yes.
Well, thank you to the Madam Chairwoman and the other members of the committee for having us today. As Councilwoman Robinson mentioned, my name is Lee Evans. I am a technical assistance coordinator with the Research to Action Lab at the Urban Institute, and I'm joined by my colleague, Jesus Guzman, who is a policy program associate at Urban. And so as the Councilwoman mentioned, over the past year, we have been supporting her and her team as part of the Upward Mobility Initiative, which is an initiative that was developed and is housed at the Urban Institute, whose objective is to empower local leaders with data and tools to improve upward mobility from poverty in their communities. And as part of our engagement with the Councilwoman and with District 3, we've been meeting with her team monthly to identify and gather local mobility data, conduct community engagement activities to get a better picture of resident experiences as they engage with Kansas City programs, and ultimately begin to draft an economic mobility plan for District 3 and for the city as a whole. And as you can see on your screen, one of the main components driving the work of this initiative and our collaboration in Kansas City is the Upward Mobility Framework. There's a couple different components there, but I'll just go through a couple of them. The framework offers a set of 24 predictors that evidence shows are strongly associated with individual upward mobility. So for each predictor, there's also a corresponding metric that policymakers can use to measure the status of each predictor and progress towards improving it. And so during our engagement with District 3 and with the Councilwoman, we focused primarily on the financial security and economic inclusion predictors. And my colleague Jesus will speak about what we found in a little bit. But to date, the Upward Mobility Framework has been adopted in more than 30 localities across the U.S. It's also been foundational in the development and publication of 6 community-facing mobility action plans, including one developed by your neighbors in Boone County, Missouri, and we'd be happy to speak more about our engagement with them and the plan itself. We've also supported communities and localities conduct a variety of activities, including data collection, community engagement, and strategic development activities and initiatives. And I'll just share one example of a piece of that work. We supported partners in Washington, D.C. to create a first-of-its-kind inventory of municipal programs. This inventory was built to better assess how different city initiatives were interacting with each other and to identify places for synergy between plan goals and activities. And this inventory helped city officials bundle certain resident offerings, leading to cost savings and improved customer service for residents. So that's the initiative as a whole, but I'll pass it back to the Councilwoman to speak specifically about our work in Kansas City.
So over the past year, we've been working on a upward mobility challenge, and our challenge was to achieve economic parity along Kansas City's Prospect Corridor. We talked about 400% of poverty. This Prosperity on Prospect initiative is exclusively focused on moving people's incomes from $14,000 a year to $16,000 a year so they can afford to pay their water bills. The poverty rate in 64127 and 64128 is double the rate in Kansas City. There are other areas across our city that are also experiencing this, and this is why this resolution allows us to do a pilot, and then year 2 allows us to expand to other parts of our city. We worked with the Metropolitan Community Colleges to develop a survey, and these are the questions that we asked residents. And it was very interesting when you drill down on the data around individuals feeling like they have to move more than 10 miles from their neighborhood to achieve their economic potential. And so I'm going to turn it over to Jesus Guzman, who did come to Kansas City in October and did a data walk at the 3rd District Convention. Mr. Guzman.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Jesus Guzman here with the Urban Institute. And so I'll just take the next couple of minutes to walk through some of our findings. So on the data walk at the 3rd District Convention in October, Lee and I had the pleasure of joining Councilmember Robinson and others. We heard directly from the community about some of the biggest barriers to economic mobility, be it housing, education, and jobs. And the data walk was meant to be an interactive session at the convention where community members reviewed, gave feedback on some of those key economic mobility metrics. And the slide here describes what we heard in the community feedback, reflecting the priorities and key pain points. Folks have that in their packet. Just to quickly highlight, it had to do with housing challenges and some of the racial disparities therein, education gaps and trust that affected metrics like preschool enrollment, and employment barriers and wage inequities. And we're going to spend the next couple of slides going deeper into jobs. So in the next few slides, I'm going to review some of these metrics that we shared with community residents as part of that data walk activity. Here, this key indicator on income, we see that low household incomes limit financial stability, making it harder for families to escape poverty and build wealth, as many struggle with debt accumulation and financial insecurity. The data also suggests, when we disaggregate it, that Black, Latino, and overall communities of color face significant challenges to opportunities for income while facing considerable collection issues. On the next slide, on poverty and wealth building, without safe, affordable housing, families face considerable barriers to economic stability, which therein reduces their ability to live near quality jobs, schools, and financial opportunities to build wealth and offer intergenerational stability. And we heard this mirrored and reflected back in that data interactive activity at the convention, where folks were sharing with us their lived experiences about how that was showing up in their lives. If we move to the next slide on delinquent debt, when we focus in sort of the central area of Kansas City, residents reflected here higher rates of delinquent debt than surrounding areas, worsening financial instability and limiting access to credit building opportunities. And we're making these linkages between the lack of income and folks falling deeper into debt. It's really a significant barrier to accessing ultimately wealth building opportunities. If we move to slide 12, yes, on median net worth disparities, focusing on a similar geographic area, we see the median net worth was just over $22,000 a year, less than half of that in relative to surrounding areas, highlighting some of the stark wealth gaps and limiting access to asset accumulation. And then just lastly, on the community survey findings, this was a survey that Professor Daniels, as part of the team, helped design and implement with residents of the 3rd District and other surrounding zip codes. And some of the feedback that we received showed that residents closer to downtown see more economic opportunity, while relative to others further away in the 3rd District remain skeptical about their job prospects, reflecting against some of the attitudes and the disparities in how folks are experiencing economic opportunity and access to quality employment. So that just highlights some of the metrics that we shared as part of the data interactive and the making sure that we're pairing both what we're finding in the data is matching or really deepening our understanding with the experiences of community residents about how to approach ultimately a shared vision and shared agenda for economic mobility in the 3rd District and Kansas City as a whole. So with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Robinson.
So the economic mobility strategy that we're asking you to adopt is here. This is what we're hoping that we will be able to accomplish in the next year based off of our meetings with 3rd District residents. This identifies 3 initial work streams in addition to creating a pilot to address the 400% level of poverty. And so we would ask for you to adopt that today. The other explanations of the resolution, it shows a commitment to economic mobility through funding and focus. We know that we're in the middle of a budget cycle, and I know that the inclination might be just add this as an amendment. We do want you to know that we are currently receiving technical assistance through the next year with Urban Institute. We together went to a local foundation and asked for support, and they said, you're not ready. And so us passing this today will allow us to put out an RFP so that we can get ready to ask for additional sustainable support. We know that the city of Kansas City won't be able to solve economic mobility alone. This is a one-time investment over 2 years so that this collaborative can get off to a great start. In NPD later at 1:30, they will be talking about the prospectus plan. In the prospectus plans, there are 6 goals. In the prospectus plans, it talks about economic insecurity. However, there isn't in that plan something that really focuses on moving individuals out of poverty. And so we want to pilot, we want to scale this as the data reflects 64130 that is also along the Prospect Corridor. It goes a little bit south. They need support and help as well. So that's the resolution. And again, I wanted to really drill down on the fact that we want to continue this work and we want to make sure that we're poised and ready to go, and that's why we're asking you to do this outside of the amendment process. So with that, is there any questions or discussions that you have?
Curls.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for this presentation. I mean, obviously, poverty is very important and an issue and concern that we need to be looking at and addressing. My question is you're asking for $250,000 for year 26 and year 27. I didn't quite see, or maybe I missed it, what those funds are actually going to be spent for. What are they? Is that just for data collection, or what actually is that money going towards?
The money will be going towards these 3 things, using a data to build a fuller picture about the local mobility conditions. We will be building a roundtable of partners committed to upward mobility. My dream and my hope in the participating in this work with the other 25 localities is we don't have someone in the city, and I mean city at large, that's their number. Every day they wake up and they're saying, I'm gonna focus on addressing poverty without barriers, because there's a lot of poverty reduction programs, right? But how are we building something unique to address individuals at the deepest level of poverty? So this money will go to making sure that we have that person, that's their sole focus, is doing this work, and that we have stakeholders that are helping, and then we come back with a systemic agenda where we're all, again, working together. A part of this work will also include sustainability and ensuring that we are competitive for some of those additional grants that are available. This will be work that we imagine happening outside of the city and not inside of the city, but we will be working to be the first initiators to establish this workflow and this table, this collective collective action approach.
Okay. You say these three things, that's the housing challenges, the education gaps, and employment barriers, correct?
Using data to build a fuller picture. Is it up there on the screen?
Yeah, it's-
Using data to build a fuller picture. It's on the slide, let me see which,
I just wanna make
14,
sure- I just
14,
wanna
page
make sure
14.
I'm on the understanding. Okay.
Just to follow up on Councilman Curls, though, but where is the $250,000 coming from, and who is it going to be paying? Is it going to be paying somebody in-house, or is it going to be paying consultants, or, I mean, what, I guess part of the, I guess I'm having my finance chair hat on, because I did ask you that question, because I think that's part of, if we did it through the budget amendment, and even, I think, through a normal resolution, we'd have that information in here, because I think this is a very worthy program, but I guess, is it an internal, because I think you said both external and internal, but is this going to fund a program that will be inside the city, that will fund a person inside the city? Is it going to fund consultants? And is it something that, it seems to already have been started, but is it something that's going to be run through the city manager's office? I'm having a hard time kind of figuring out who's going to do the work and who's going to get
Absolutely,
paid.
great question, thank you. So this will be an external RFP that we put out to handle 100% of the work.
Okay.
And so this will be an agreement that we have with the external group to do these things. And so it will not be anyone inside of City Hall that's doing them other than whoever is managing that contract. And that's the city manager who would do that.
Okay.
So the city manager could, if this resolution passes, could start the RFP process. This will be in the budget. It gives the city manager the flexibility to determine where those funds would come from, so that that's why it's not an ordinance, because typically with the ordinance, it tells you where the budget strings. And so we felt it would be better. One, we want to adopt the strategy, which are these three things. And two, we want to be able to start the RFP process.
Can we issue an RFP before we adopt the budget with the funding in there?
No, we wouldn't recommend it, obviously. We want to make sure that that budget is ready. And you could issue the RFP post-budget adoption, but before May 1.
Yeah, and typically what I've seen in the city is it's subject to city funding. So we can send out, statement of qualifications, we can send out a lot of things to figure out who the players are, but we wouldn't go into contracting until.
But I guess if we adopt this resolution on Thursday, we could not issue an RFP until we adopt the budget on the 20th of February?
No,
March.
We could issue the RFP and get the responses and know who we'd want to go with, and then wait until, to your point, until we had funding.
And wait until March 20th?
Yeah. Or depending upon if Tammy and the team can find funding in other places, which they always do.
Yeah, I was trying not to pressure them to come up with the funding codes and all of that.
I guess I'm just trying to figure out, what, we're just so close to the budget, practically what, the best way to do this is, and just trying to understand more. And I know you called me and asked me if I had questions, but sometimes I don't have questions
that's fine.
until I'm hearing it, so.
Yeah, no worries.
All right. Councilman Ray, did you have?
I don't think so, other than pointing out, and I know you said it was a pilot, and there are many areas of need. I can't think of 64127 and 64128 without thinking of 64126 and very similar levels of, if you look at any index or scale, it's an area that's going to rank, depending on the scale, very low or high, as an indication of economic distress and vulnerability. So I guess the question I would ask then is what is the timeline if this is viewed as a pilot, and at what point does it scale to beyond just those two
the second year. And so we did put in section 3 that we wanted to make sure that the council was included in implementing the strategy, because 64130, when we looked at the data, and there were several zip codes to hone in on, certainly 64126, and I don't remember them off the top of my head, but there are places, to be transparent and quite frank, there are places that have deeper levels of poverty than 400%. The reason why we focus on this particular area is because of the synergy we have with the Prospectus plan along the Prospect Corridor. So we plan to readily be able to, once we develop the strategies, to come back to council and to expand it to wherever it needs to be expanded.
So
I was just going to add that I think that this fits better, just from our recommendation would be that it go into the budget process and be part of the scoring and be scored, because what could end up happening is that we could have a series of resolutions that direct the city manager to include in the budget in these next 3 weeks or whatever, that would end up not being scored. So that, I would just suggest that this item go in as a potential amendment B that gets scored along the way, and considered with all the others. That's best practice.
The
okay. I had to pause a minute because we didn't have a quorum.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just throwing my trash away.
That's all right. I didn't know where you went, but go ahead. Did you want to say?
I was just saying that there's precedence for, I did not purposely do an ordinance, but when we looked at our Vision Zero projects, for example, that we just passed, didn't follow that process. And so, as well as the $1 million for supporting public safety. So I know that we can introduce ordinances at any time and any point, but I tried to do this as lightly as possible so that we can move I tried to be as flexible as possible with the finance process.
So let me ask you this question. In section 2, it says that upon adoption of the plan adopted in section 1, the city manager is directed to develop and propose to the city council a pilot initiative to give effect to the strategy. So section 1, we're adopting a strategy, and is that?
What's on the screen?
Okay, so we're adopting the strategy, then he is adopting, or he is directed to do the pilot initiative and then issue the RFP. So this is the strategy itself.
He will be directed to, we would adopt the strategy, we will put out an RFP. The people who respond, whoever responds to the RFP and is selected, will come back with a pilot initiative. Within 120 days, the manager is going to come and tell us where he is in the process. And then every 6 months, he's going to say, hey, this is where we are with the initiative. So that by year 1, you're brought along on how the pilot is being implemented.
Okay.
But 100% of this is going to be implemented externally.
Okay. Questions? I don't know why I'm having, maybe because you were coming with something first. You know, there's already work been done, is why I'm having trouble with the.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
So,
That's my girls.
thank you, Madam Chair. So I guess, and is it in the resolution that you are asking the city manager to report back in 120 days?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I didn't see that. Okay.
Section 5.
Section 5, okay.
And then submit biannual reports on the implementation.
Yes. Mhm.
Any other questions? Is there any public testimony for resolution number 250176?
No one appears in person to testify. No one appears by Zoom with a raised hand, and there was no written testimony submitted for this resolution.
The Health Forward Foundation sent a glowing letter. I will give it to the clerk, and he will put it on there so you guys can read later. Thanks.
Oh, there may be, let's see, there was one. It's on here. It's on
Okay,
the
great.
city's
Okay,
website.
awesome.
We did get it.
Madam Chair, I move that resolution number 250176 be reported out of committee with recommendation of advance and due pass.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion passes. Is there any other business to come before the council?
We're good.
All right. We are adjourned.
"20 years ago, our district didn't look like this. Downtown was quiet and dark at night. Nobody stuck around past 5 p.m. 20 years ago, this city was getting ready for a rebirth. And 20 years ago, the ambassadors took to the streets. 50 men and women, the bumblebees, working 365 days per year, took to the downtown streets. They had a clear and simple mission: to clean, to keep people safe, and to make the city attractive. And the results? 145 city blocks revitalized, 41,600 hours of work, 260,000 bags of trash collected, 28,000 graffiti tags erased, 1.5 million meals served to those in need, 156,000 citizens assisted, and they're just getting started. Today, our district is thriving, and in the midst of a $9.8 billion renaissance, the population downtown has increased 147% since our ambassadors hit the streets, making it the fastest growing neighborhood in the region. Our district is now the premier location in the city for entertainment, epic celebrations, world-class dining, and boutique shopping experiences. The ambassadors helped lay the groundwork for this transformation. Relentlessly invest in making our streets clean and safe, laying the groundwork for who we are today. And we are just getting started.
Fires can spread quickly and erratically, and where they will go in your house is unpredictable. In fire emergencies, every second counts, so you and your family need to be prepared. Plan, practice, prepare. Plan. Having a family escape plan is the best way to prepare your family in case of a fire. It only takes minutes for a house to fill with smoke and become completely engulfed in flames. Escape plans help families evacuate the home quickly and safely through routes that they have previously discussed and practiced. Your plan should include multiple ways to escape each room, designate a meeting place outside, include all members of your house, including anyone with a disability and your pets. Draw a map of each level of your home and show all doors and windows. Find 2 ways to get out of each room. Make sure all doors and windows that lead outside open easily. Be sure to have multiple ways to escape. Because fires are unpredictable, having only one escape route could limit your family and leave them trapped. Practice. Practice your plan. It is important for families to practice fire escape plans a few times a year during the day and at night. Practicing fire escape routes ensures that everyone can safely exit the home on their own in case of a fire. Overnight guests should always be aware of your fire escape plan. If a fire occurs, it is important that your family understand that they need to get out fast and safely. Instruct family members to take the safest exit route and remind them that if they must escape through smoke, they should crawl low under the smoke and keep their mouths covered. The smoke contains toxic gases, which can cause you to get disoriented. Prepare. Have working smoke alarms on every level of your home and in bedrooms. Close bedroom doors. Closing bedroom doors before going to sleep can be the difference between life and death. In the event of a fire, closed bedroom doors keep out smoke and poisonous gases like carbon monoxide and keep temperatures much lower than in rooms with open doors. That gives occupants more time to survive and get out. Also, remind family members that they should never open doors that are hot to the touch. If you feel the doorknob or door and it is hot, leave the door closed and use a secondary escape route. If the door feels cool, open it slowly and be ready to shut it quickly if heavy smoke or fire is present. If all of your escape routes are blocked and you become trapped, close the doors and cover vents and cracks around the doors to keep the smoke out and call 911 immediately. Stay where you are and signal for help at the window with a light-colored cloth or flashlight. Remind family members that once they're out, it is important to stay out. You should never go back into a burning building for any reason. If someone is trapped in the home, allow firefighters who are equipped to enter the home to rescue them. KCFD wants you and your family to stay safe and healthy. Plan, practice, prepare your escape plan today.
Hi, I'm Tyler Haney, firefighter EMT with the Kansas City, Missouri Fire Department. Each year, we treat hundreds of children related to accidents that occurred in the home. Many of the most common accidents and injuries can be prevented. Inside the house, falls downstairs or out of windows, injuries from overturned furniture or burns in the kitchen are some of the most common injuries. Outside the house, kids being hit by cars, injuries from not being properly restrained in a car seat, or injuries with a seatbelt are the most common injuries. Young children should be supervised at all times, but you can make your job easier and increase their safety by following these tips. Inside your house, stairs should be secured with baby gates, or if there is a door, be sure the lock is out of reach. Railing spindles should be no wider than 4 inches to prevent infants or toddlers from squeezing through. Make sure there are no objects near the stair gates or railings that would allow an adventurous toddler to climb over. Furniture can also cause injuries to children. Children may run into a corner or the edge of a piece of furniture, or may become trapped under a piece of furniture that is tipped over. Cover sharp edges with foam guards or pads. It also helps to point out to the children that as they get taller, they need to look out for these things. Make sure tall furniture that may look like an attractive thing for a young child to climb on is secured to the wall, keeping it from tipping. For windows, make sure all windows are secure or have guards on them. And when windows are open, make sure children do not have direct access to the window. Most window screens are not rated to bear the weight of even young toddlers leaning or banging against them. Outside, kids being hit by cars is the third leading cause of death in children. To prevent this, it is important to remember that young kids are short enough that often they are not visible over objects that taller kids and adults can see over. You may see the car over the parked cars at the curb. The car may see you behind those cars, but does the driver of the car see your small child standing on the other side of those parked cars? If not, your child could dart out from in between a line of parked cars, and drivers are unlikely to see them until it is too late. Around any kind of moving vehicle, have a hand on your child. If you're driving or getting ready to drive, make sure you have cleared the area around your car. Often, kids playing in a driveway or on a driveway or sidewalk are too short to be seen in the mirrors or over the hood. It also helps to educate your child about the dangers of cars. Even small children are capable of grasping the concept of danger, and they will feel empowered if you include them on the steps to help keep them safe. The best way to prevent injuries while riding in a vehicle is to make sure that all occupants are wearing the appropriate restraint device for their age and size. For infants and children under 2 years old, that means they should be properly secured into a rear-facing car seat in the back seat. Children 2 to 5 years old should still be in a car seat, but it can be a forward-facing car seat, and in the back seat is still the best location. Once children outgrow their forward-facing seat, they should be buckled into a booster seat until a seatbelt fits them properly. A proper seatbelt fit usually occurs when children are just over 4.5 feet tall, somewhere between age 9 and 12. Seatbelts fit properly when the lap belt lays across the upper thighs, not the stomach, and the shoulder belt lays across the chest, not the neck. We want you and your family to stay safe. Following these tips can help keep you and your children safe. For more information, go to kcmo.gov/fire.
Smoke detectors save lives.
Los detectores de humo salvan vidas.
Fire alarm ሕይወትን ሴቭ ያደርጋል.
إن كاشف الدخان ينقذ الحياة.
Smoke alarm سوی سیبیت.
هشدارهای دود جان انسانها را نجات می‌دهد.
Detectores de fumaça salvam vidas.
Ng smoke alarms, magkatuwas ug kinabuhi.
Fire alarmlu మీ ప్రాణాలను కాపాడుతుంది.
Smoke detectors save lives. If you need a smoke detector, call 816-513-4648 or go to kcmo.gov/fire.
The Go KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. In 2017, voters approved $800 million over 20 years to fund infrastructure improvements throughout the city, including streets, sidewalks, flood control, and more. Since then, Go KC bonds have made several improvements for the city's parks, museums, and landmark fountains. The Kansas City Museum underwent full restoration and renovation of all floors of the Corinthian Hall thanks to Go KC bonds. Go KC bonds were also used to reconstruct Maplewoods Parkway from Northeast 96th Street to Shoal Creek Parkway. This included new roundabouts, a grass median, new bike lanes, and a storm system. Go KC bonds made it possible for Kansas City to receive a new Kansas City campus for animal care, the Kansas City Pet Project constructed in Swope Park, and the renovation and new ADA-compliant landscaping for the Spirit of Freedom Fountain was a product of Go KC bonds. These are only a few of the improvements made possible with the Go KC bonds, and more improvements are on the way. The Go Bond KC program has accomplished a lot in the last 5 years. Since voters approved the bond in 2017, Kansas City has completed 265 new and refurbished sidewalks in all 6 council districts. And more improvements are on the way.
I've never ridden an electric bike, so today will be an adventure.
So last summer we built around 11 miles of protected bike lanes, and then this summer to get to 30 we built another 19. So this summer was a heavier lift than last year, but we were getting the hang of things last year, and so really kicked it into gear this summer and fall, and now we're at 30 miles of protected bike lanes in 2 years, which is quite the exciting feat, and we hope to keep going.
I'm used to driving and riding in the street, but that's not comfortable for everybody. And so to have 30 miles of bike lanes makes biking more comfortable for a lot more people, and it improves the ability of people to actually use bicycles and other forms of transportation for commuting as opposed to just recreational riding. You know, you have to try it. Give it a shot. I think if you use them a lot, you will become a fan.
My name is Dion Lewis, and I'm the Division Manager for CCED, also known as Central City Economic Development. CCED was created to bring economic development to historically underserved areas in Kansas City impacted most by the redlining. In 2017, voters approved a 1/8 sales tax. This specialized sales tax district generates about $10 million annually. The CCED sales tax district is also located in the east side of Kansas City, and its boundaries are defined by the north side of 9th Street, the south by Gregory Boulevard, the east at Indiana, and the west by Paseo Boulevard. Since the program started, $53 million of CCD funds have been awarded to 39 projects. These projects range from developing or renovating commercial spaces to the creation and preservation of affordable housing for the people in the Central City Economic Development area. There's projects such as KD Learning Academy, which is alive and thriving to help solidify childcare for all age groups. The GIFT Project, which is housed at the Blue Hills Community Center, that is helping a number of entrepreneur groups from MWBE businesses. Affordable Housing 19 Vine, which is scheduled to do a grand opening here pretty soon. Jazz Hill, which is a substantial project in itself because of the historic component of it, has 11 buildings, developing 197 affordable units. The Linwood Shopping Center. Linwood Shopping Center goes back decades, and just to be able to preserve that as one of the only shopping centers on the east side of Troost. Some other projects that we're excited about and are in progress include Ladd School, which includes the creation of 51 housing units, providing the opportunity for generational wealth. Jazz District 3, which includes the construction of a mixed-use building and the creation of 48 affordable housing units. And 2000 Vine, which is creating offices, event space, and an art gallery. It's very, very important for the community to continue to support it and back it. So that way, we get what's needed on the east side of Troost and even further beyond, because again, this is just the beginning.
The Black Archives is really honored to be celebrating its 50th anniversary. It started out with our founder, Horace Peterson III. He wanted to preserve those stories of the building of Black Kansas City and of the Midwest. So we worked really hard to try to keep his legacy going. This exhibit is With My Eyes No Longer Blind, which is taken from a Langston Hughes poem that says, I look at the world from awakening eyes and a black face, and this is what I see, this fenced-off narrow space assigned to me. I look then at these silly walls, their dark eyes, and a dark face, and this is what I know, that all these walls oppression builds will have to go. And that's what the archives does. We talk about tearing down those walls, those fences, those things that try to barricade people into small spaces. We know about redlining and how there were institutionalized methods of trying to contain Black people in certain spaces. So we talk about that. We also talk about how those walls were broken down. We see at the Street Hotel was the first restaurant to have white tablecloth service for Black patrons. So the walls are coming down. We see people making those pushes. And so we have to archive that somehow. We have to make that available to everybody. We are the only exhibit outside of Montgomery, Alabama, that's dedicated to victims of racial murder. And 60 people in Missouri from Reconstruction to 1965 that were killed in the state. We know there were many more. So we have some empty spaces also in that exhibit for those anonymous people. My receptionist and the security guards say that they see so many people come out of here crying because they were never taught the truth. And they have these skewed images of what Black life was like here. And then when they learn the truth, then that new insight then affects them. And it affects them profoundly. So we collect, we preserve, we share, and we educate the history of people of African descent in this area.
My name is Alvin Brooks. That's AOVIN. I've been in the city since I was about 8 or 9 months old, and seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. People talk about reconciliation, but you can't reconcile the situation unless you tell the truth about it. I was with the police department up until 1964. The Black community was under siege. So I saw that from the inside. And then there were 3 of us who were Black men, left the police department, going to the school district. Then there was the riot. It began on the steps of City Hall on April 9th, 1968. And mainly because the Kansas City School District, under the white leadership, decided that they would not close the schools on that Tuesday, the 9th. And we urged them, don't open the school. They didn't listen to us. And the morning of the 9th is when the kids began to realize that their Kansas City, Kansas colleagues were out, and it started Mount Manual High School, and then to Lincoln High School, then to Central, then to East and Southeast Westport. They were gassed at 31st in Indiana. They were gassed at 31st in Troost. So they headed north on Paseo. So I met them at 22nd and Vine coming north. Curtis McClendon of the Kansas City Chiefs, Otis Taylor of the Kansas City Chiefs, Bruce White was the Kansas City council person. We walked down City Hall, westbound and the eastbound I-70 lane. We got there were a number of speakers. I was the last speaker. Kids kept chanting my name to speak because of my responsibility with the school district. After that, the police are here in riot gear. So I sensed the need to get these kids out of here. First bus arrived, and just as it heading east on 12th Street from Loca, tear gas was thrown. The bus had to be evacuated. And later on, buses came and brought 2 kids out of the Holy Name Catholic Church. Police followed them out and they threw tear gas in the church. Now I'm setting the stage for the riot. It really started there that day because frustration and anger. And that night is when all hell broke loose. I was appointed the first black director in city government. I set up the Human Relations Department. There was no Department of Human Relations. It was now I assigned a couple people on staff to put together a Black History Month celebration. But there was so much resistance on the part of my colleagues. And it ought to be something that we all can do. It begins with each one of us. Where's my heart? Where's my very being? What do I say about things like racism and bigotry and homophobia and xenophobia? It's different. What do I say about that? Do I say it, even if it doesn't affect me, do I say something about it? I should.
My name is The Royal Chief. I'm a hip hop artist from Kansas City. You know, we're naturally a jazz city. Like I literally grew up a few blocks down from 18th and Vine from the Jazz District. So, you know, you got the legends, the Charlie Parkers and Count Basie and them, but like, even as it, you know, went into hip hop, you look at people like Tech N9. For me, Ron was my guy. He was a big rapper in Kansas City in like the mid 2000s, and he was a big inspiration for me. You know, when you really get to the essence of music, it's feel, you know, it's what comes from your soul. And so I like to speak on those things so people just know like there's somebody out there who's going through what you went through. And here's how to get through it, or here's just somebody who can relate to you and, you know, give you something that you like, okay, it's not just me. I just bring who we are. Like I said, we're a grind and go get it city. We're put our head down and come together. We homers. And so everything I do is just about bringing pride to this and giving the essence of us on what we do and what we bring to the world.
Hi, I'm Bob Kendrick, President, Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. That winning spirit from an athletic standpoint really originates with the Kansas City Monarchs, winning the 1924 Negro League World Series 100 years ago, and in essence becoming our city's first major professional sports team champion of any kind in 1924. You will never see a greater example of love of the game than you do when you walk through this museum. You see, they had to love it in order to endure the things that they had to endure. It wasn't uncommon that they could ride into a town, fill up the ballpark, but yet not be able to get a meal from the same fans who had just cheered them, or not have a place to stay. So yes, they would sleep on the bus and eat their peanut butter and crackers until they could get to a place that would offer them basic services. Every time these defiant athletes stepped to the plate, they were swinging for justice and equality. Now, they really didn't know they were doing all of this, because when it's all said and done, they just wanted to play ball. And then ultimately, it is the story of the social advancement of America as Jackie Roosevelt Robinson was handpicked from the great Kansas City Monarchs to be the chosen one to break Major League Baseball's then 6-decade-long self-imposed color barrier. Think about this. This is 1947. This is well before those more noted civil rights occurrences. Our very own President Harry S. Truman, of course born right up the road from where this museum operates, Independence, Missouri, would not integrate the armed forces until a year after Jackie. So for all intents and purposes, this is what indeed started the ball of social progress rolling in our country. So please, I encourage you all to take advantage of the generosity of the Kansas City Royals and the Royals Foundation to experience the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum. Again, the entire month of February, admission is free.
We are here to recognize our investments in Vision Zero here in Kansas City. I'll note a few things. The Kansas City government for several years now has been committed to ensuring that our roads are safer for everyone, no matter how you get around, whether it's walking, driving, cycling, or any other form of transit through our city. We are proud of our investments here in Kansas City. And this fiscal year, and shout out to the people upstairs, good to see you. This fiscal year, the Kansas City budget has allocated more than $4 million for Vision Zero and safer street improvements. That's 8 times more than the previous fiscal year, 8 times more than the prior year, showing our strong commitment to making our roads, our sidewalks, our trails safer in Kansas City. And so far in Kansas City, we have invested in 300 Vision Zero projects. They're completed or underway in all of our city council districts. And we also have more than 30 miles of protected mobility lanes, with more to come. Vision Zero is sometimes misunderstood, but very simply, Vision Zero was designed to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries on Kansas City streets by the year 2030, while also increasing safe, healthy, and equitable mobility for all. The improvements include traffic calming, leading pedestrian intervals, protected mobility lanes, speed humps, curb extensions, and more. Many of those safety enhancements you'll see right here in Brookside right now, including this very important intersection crossing here, which will help us make the people in this area and who visit this area safer. Here we've seen a 63rd Street and Brookside Boulevard. We've received enhanced sidewalks, curbs, diagonal parking, and more. I want to give credit certainly to our city staff and our council members. Jonathan Duncan is here today, as well as Andrea Boone and Mayor Pro Tem Emeritus Kevin McManus. The new street light and crosswalk behind me will protect hundreds of pedestrians, runners, bikers, and more each day. Across the parking lot behind me on Meyer Boulevard, you'll see more of our work in a pedestrian island and other barriers that are meant to calm traffic and to make it easier for all to safely cross the street and drive on Meyer. Our work, of course, is not limited to Brookside, it's not limited to 63rd Street, and it's not limited to one council district. Whether it is curb bumps at the crossroads, a mobility lane on Dillon, or simply the installation of 4-way stop signs in the Northland, we're working in all parts of the city to ensure a safer future for all. Last year in Kansas City, there were more than 100 traffic fatalities, 20 of which were pedestrians. 18 had a motorcycle involved, and far too many had folks who were not wearing seatbelts. We are seeing those numbers rise this year, and they creep closer to our homicide numbers each year. We recognize that accidental deaths are unacceptable, whether they be pedestrian or roadway fatalities, whether they be homicides in our city, fentanyl overdoses, or anything under the sun. Kansas City government is committed to making sure that people can be safe in our city, live long and healthy lives. Our investment in Vision Zero is one area that helps us do that. I also recognize that's why I've been proud to be selected to the Mayor's Institute on Pedestrian Safety. And on that, I want to give a shout out to Councilman Eric Bunch, because when I first started on City Council a long time ago, I probably wasn't a guy where folks would have emailed me and said, hey, there's a Mayor's Institute of Pedestrian Safety. I don't know if I would have jumped up at it, but I think we have done so much work to learn how we need to get through this city safely. Vision Zero, protected mobility lanes, the work that we're doing isn't something that's a fad. It isn't something that's unique to a community. It isn't something that is actually just extraneous for local government. It's core to making sure that we, our families, and everyone here can be safe. Making sure that we see fewer accidental deaths on our streets is something that's vital for what we do. Thank you for helping bring me along the way. Thank you to our outstanding city staff. And with that, I turn it over to Councilman Eric Bunch of Kansas City's 4th City Council District.
My name is Eric Bunch, 4th District City Council person, and a longtime advocate of Vision Zero. And I'm going to take my sunglasses off and hoping I don't squint too much. But you know, I come here with mixed emotions because on one hand, we're celebrating $4 million of new investment this coming year in Vision Zero projects, while at the same time, we are on pace for yet another record year for fatalities on our city streets. I think we are still at the phase where we're admitting that we have a problem. You know, that's the first step in healing and recovery. We have a problem. Now we really need to put our money where our mouth is, and that's what this $4 million is intended to do. Because I would be remiss if I didn't say that. I'll disagree with the mayor just a little bit in calling them accidental deaths. These deaths that we experience on our city streets are are not accidents, they are preventable. And that's at the heart of Vision Zero, that the decisions that we make as leaders, whether we're elected officials or you're running a city, have a direct impact on things like traffic safety. So over the course of the last 100 years, we have carved out our city to make way for the automobile and to make it easier for people to move throughout the city, or even worse, move out of the city. It's become easier to just simply flee from the city in your car as fast as possible through our historic, vibrant neighborhoods at the expense of the people who live there. This is traffic violence is something that disproportionately affects pedestrians who do not have the luxury of a steel cage wrapped around them. It disproportionately affects people of low wealth because they have less access to automobiles. It disproportionately affects people of color because of historic institutional racism. So we have to do better. We can still see the results of these decisions today, and it's continuing to get worse. So I'm going to leave with maybe a more positive note. I know that I presented some doom and gloom, but we have to get real. So I'm excited to have $4 million to work with, and I look forward to a really big project list that works to address the underlying problems of traffic violence by investing in improvements in our high entry network. We have the data that says where these crashes are occurring. We know what we can do. We have the tools because we're not the first city to do this. We have the tools at our disposal to make the changes necessary. It's time to actually do that. It's time to actually put our money where our mouth is and prevent unnecessary traffic violence and deaths. So thank you so much for coming out here to celebrate this. And with that, I'm going to introduce our Mayor Pro Tem, who is actually supposed to go before me because she's doing such amazing work in the 5th District and across the city. Mayor Pro Tem, Councilwoman Park Shaw.
Thank you, Councilman Bunch. I think actually it's only fitting that I actually follow you, given the fact that he actually has been a leader in the prior council and this council to ensure that we make this unprecedented investment. Unfortunately, in Kansas City's East Side, 3rd and 5th districts, Councilman Bunch and the mayor have actually already mentioned the unfortunate incidents that we have in our 3rd and 5th districts. I will tell you that the 5th district has 3 of the most dangerous, out of the top 5, 3 of the most dangerous intersections in Kansas City sit in my district, which is why I wanted to make sure I could be here today to help, first of all, celebrate this $4 million investment, but also encourage us to do more. I look at this as an initial step, but we have quite a ways to go. I want to thank the community members, Bike Walk KC, and the city staff, Public Works Department, our city manager, for all of their work and commitment thus far. But we'll ask them to continue to join us as we roll our sleeves up and get busy to make sure that we can prevent these preventable accidental deaths. With that, I believe I'm supposed to introduce 6th District Councilman Jonathan Duncan, who will speak next. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I know we've talked a lot about policy initiatives, and I want to highlight the fact that Councilman Bunch said it first. These aren't accidents. They're policy choices, right? And so we are making a policy choice and a policy investment to ensure that we're providing safer streets for our pedestrians, our people who aren't able to have cars. So we've talked a lot about that, but I think that because we're right here, where we've had a 63rd Street road diet here in Brookside, I want to talk about what it feels like, what safety feels like. Safety feels like being able to walk down this street and feel safe that you're not going to be hit by a car. Safety feels like being able to take the trolley trail from across 63rd Street and not turn around, which we see a lot of our folks doing. So I'm excited that we're going to have a safer feeling street. We have all of these Brookside shops up and down 63rd Street, and when you sit outside, sometimes you feel like you want to clench your fork a little bit because the cars are moving so fast. Since we've had this road diet as part of our Vision Zero plan, it feels safer. It feels safer to have lunch at Meddy's. It feels safer to have a drink at Michael Forbes. It feels safer to walk and shop down these shops. These are improvements that have real lasting feeling on being a pedestrian in Kansas City. So I'm excited that we're providing additional investment to increase the overall well-being of what it feels like to be a pedestrian here in Kansas City. And there's more work to be done. I also want to say thank you to our city staff behind us, who without them this isn't possible. And here to talk about more about what the city staff are doing is our city manager, Brian Platt.
Our Vision Zero goal is simple: to redesign our streets to make them safer for all road users. It's not just cars, it's pedestrians, it's cyclists, it's people who are in wheelchairs, it's strollers, it's everyone that uses our streets to make them safer and more welcoming and more inviting. And allow people the freedom to do the things that they want to do without fear of getting hit by a car. The way we do that is simple: reconfiguring the geometry of intersections, making crossings shorter for pedestrians, limiting the speed of cars in certain areas. Too many of our streets are overbuilt, too wide, too many lanes, and just allows for a lot of unwanted activity. We're doing our best to address those. As the mayor and others mentioned, we've got 300 projects completed and underway. That is a huge number, and it's just the start for us. This $4 million is going to go a long way to help us continue to improve all of our streets in every neighborhood of Kansas City. I'm mostly here to just give thanks to our team. Without them, none of this is possible. They do such an amazing job. Potentially the best public works and streets team that we've got in the country. Uday, Angie, Jason, Bobby, Bailey, Mark, Garrett, the list goes on. They're all behind me, most of them are behind me. But we're so thankful for them and the work they do every day. Change is hard, but we're here for it.
We improve sewers where we need to improve sewer lines. We have law enforcement response where we need law enforcement response. But on this issue, we continue to do important public works improvements where we need to save lives and we need to intervene in making this a safer city.
Walk sign is on across 63rd.
All right, mayors. I'm almost excited to do almost a pump-up press conference. Mayors, are you ready? Yes. Welcome to Kansas City. I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, Missouri. We are excited to have this incredible group of mayors, more than 200 mayors, more than 1,000 attendees who are here for the 92nd annual meeting of the United States Conference of Mayors. It is a thrill, Madam President, that you gave us the opportunity to host here in Kansas City. It has been an exciting year in Kansas City. Not only did we win a Super Bowl, which you Kansas Cityans are like, okay, we got a few fans. I was also able to welcome a new baby yesterday. So as one of my friends pointed out, this is a rare press conference. I have a little badge keeping track of me, but that's to get into the hospital, not to stay in and out of trouble. Important conversations going on during this conference. The U.S. Conference of Mayors takes pride in being a bipartisan, really a nonpartisan institution, finding solutions for America's cities. As part of that, we are led by an exceptional leader, the mayor of Reno, Hillary Sheevey, who will kick us off today. Mayor Sheevey.
Thank you, Mayor Lucas. And I learned last night what a burnt end is. I was like, do I want that? That doesn't sound so good. But it was pretty amazing.
It's good.
And congratulations on the new future mayor, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Well, I like it. Thank you so much. Your city is absolutely fabulous. Yes. It is impressive. Absolutely. And the food is to die for. That burnt end, I learned it's pretty fabulous. Anyway, thank you, everyone, for being with us today. Obviously, this is our June press conference for the United States Conference of Mayors. And quite honestly, I am reflecting as I get to pass the baton to Mayor Ginther, and I'm sort of reflecting on the year that I had, and it's been incredibly exhilarating, but also very, very busy. We've done several fly-ins with all of our state representatives, bless you, with all of our state representatives on mental health, homelessness. Mayor Bass, where are you? Oh, there you are. Okay, thank you. She did an impressive job bringing 40, what did we bring, 45 mayors? It was pretty miraculous. And so we are moving the needle on some of America's biggest issues. I will say, though, it is with a very, very heavy heart whenever I have to sort of reflect and think about the past presidents of the Conference of Mayors and thinking about, once again, and as you guys know, getting up here thinking about gun violence in our country. And I was thinking about the past presidents, and I was thinking of Mayor Nan Whaley, mass shooting, Mayor Suarez, past president, mass shooting, Mayor Kautz, just recently, mass shooting, Mayor Barnett, 5 days ago, mass shooting. And Mayor Lucas, not too long ago, at your parade.
Yes, ma'am.
Think about that. Now, I have not had one in my city, but I have had the largest mass shooting in my state, the state of Nevada. And what it sort of reminds me is that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And it's chilling. And it's absolutely unacceptable. So as mayors, we have some of the loudest voices in this country, and we have to make that commitment that we will not stop. We will absolutely not stop. I would just like Mayor Barnett from Rochester Hills just to come and say a few words, because I know the last few days have been really, really difficult for you and your community.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, President Sheevey. It is hard. I've been blessed to be a past president of this organization, and I've watched my colleagues go through situations like this, never thinking that it would happen to me somewhat foolishly. And 5 days ago, it did. My community is, by statistics, the safest city in Michigan for 7 years in a row, but it wasn't on Saturday. I got that call that so many mayors dread, that there is an active shooter in your splash pad or an active shooter in your city. I raced to the scene, and on my way there I thought what I needed to do and the strong stance I would take and the leadership I would provide. And the minute I arrived at the splash pad, I just broke down in tears. It was emotional, because what was designed to be a place for kids to play, and you don't have to have visited my city to know who's at a splash pad. It's families and kids, mostly under 10. A gunman came up and fired 36 shots into 9 people, most of them kids. 2 of them still in critical condition every morning, including this morning. I wake up and the first thing on my mind is an 8-year-old boy in my city that got shot in the face, and his mom, whose body shielded him from 7 more shots as they fight their battle. And I'm reminded on this particular day that this is a cross-section that so many of the folks behind me have found themselves before, at the intersection of mental health and gun violence. That it is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And if it happens in my community, as it has in so many of my colleagues' communities, it can happen in yours. The gunman took his life later that afternoon, and in his room just a community over from mine, they found 11 other guns and an assault weapon loaded on the table. His probably terror that day was stopped only by excellent police action, quick work. My job now is to try to heal a community that is challenged. Obviously, the shooter, had some strong mental health issues, and now the mental health of my community is my #1 focus. It's been the focus of our president under her leadership, and it's something that is so needed across this country. And I'm here, maybe some wondering why 5 days you're here so quickly. I'm here for my mental health, because none of you on that side of this podium know what it's like, but most of the people behind me do. And my friends have been so incredibly supportive in the hours that followed the shooting, calls from the president, the governor, and so many others. But 70 of these people, 70 of the mayors that I stand with today, called or texted me in the 2 days that followed the shooting. They know what it's like. And so I'll add my voice with all of theirs in the chorus of concerns about gun violence and mental health, and what we as a nation and we as mayors must do. And I support and applaud President Sheevey for her leadership on mental health. This is something that we must not ever rest on. And my community now joins the sad list of commas in cities that have been struck by gun violence. We won't be defined by this issue, we'll be defined by the response, and I know that's the mayor's stance as well. Thank you, President Sheevey.
And then I was just thinking at our last meeting, Mayor Kautz. When we were at our leadership meeting, happened to you, our first responders. Anyway, I want to thank each and every one of you for the incredible work you are doing in your cities on mental health. So many of you have come to me and said, you know, we are talking about it. It is obviously an issue that still holds a huge stigma, and especially with mayors when we talk about our own mental health. And so I want to commend Brian and all of the mayors behind me who are also addressing their mental health, and that's obviously why the conference is so important to us. And I want to just say thank you so much to Mayor Andy Ginther, because he has promised to continue on with our national mental health initiatives. We've been on the Hill lobbying like crazy. Just so many lawmakers have been so receptive and know that something needs to change. I think it's the #1 crisis in America. When you see statistics from ages 18 to 24, that half of them are reporting suicide and depression and anxiety. What does that tell you that this country is facing when it comes to mental health? It really is staggering. And so mayors have made the commitment to step up and make sure that we make change in this country when it comes to access to mental health and to erasing the stigma, the huge stigma that has associated with it. And so I want to just thank my colleagues for being so incredibly gracious and just genuine about the struggles with mental health across this country. All right, with that being said, Mayor Andy Ginther, please come on up. Where are you?
Well, thank you so much for your incredible leadership, President Chivy. We are so grateful to you for your tremendous work as president of this conference over the past year. I know I speak for the entire membership when I say how grateful we are for your steady leadership, your friendship, your counsel, your incredible ability.
Craziness, my incredible crazy. I'm
Your
there,
incredible-
said it in my out loud voice. You know that's me.
Your incredible ability to have all of us, regardless of where we come from, the size of our city, the part of the country, feel welcome in part of this conference. It's an honor to be with you here today with my fellow mayors. Last year I was thrilled to host this annual gathering in my hometown of Columbus. And if the last 24 hours are any sign, I think Mayor Lucas is going to hit it out of the park with an incredible conference here. Our annual meeting is a time when America's mayors come together to learn from one another, to collaborate on behalf of our cities and our people, to raise our shared voice, to drive progress in these challenging times. Those of you who know me hear this often from me, but I'll say it again because I think it's foundational to what we do both here at our annual meeting and back at home. As mayors, we represent cities big and small, constituents from all walks of life. Our backgrounds are varied. Our issues are wide-ranging. Our cities have different politics. But as America's mayors, we don't allow these differences to divide us. In fact, we honor this diversity of perspectives as we work together to find common ground in building thriving cities across our nation. This organization has shown what is possible when we share our shared voice to drive progress. The last several years, we have seen incredible successes for American cities, including at the federal level. America's cities are in the midst of a renaissance thanks to the American Rescue Plan, made bipartisan because of Republican and independent mayors lifting their voices in supporting the American Rescue Plan. New roads are being laid and new bridges are being built thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. New clean energy and sustainability projects are powering our climate to a healthier future, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act. And of particular importance to my city, I think Mayor Gallego as well, new Silicon Valleys are rising thanks to the CHIPS and Science Act. And it's important to note that each of these game-changing initiatives were championed not just by one party, but by Republican, Democratic, and independent mayors alike. Finding that common ground will continue to be critical as we tackle the challenge before us. Challenges like responsible gun ownership, the mental health crisis, like immigration and climate change. And among the most critical, the national crisis of homelessness and lack of affordable housing, which is impacting every city across our nation, regardless of size, geography, or partisan politics. As American mayors, we'll continue to collaborate on solutions that can be applied nationwide. We'll continue to call on our federal partners to develop a coordinated national response. As America's mayors, we know how important it is to make our voice heard and to speak as one. We'll continue to do that this week and in the weeks and months to come. We've got a lot of work to do, but I can't think of a more talented group in better position to get the job done than America's mayors. As we tell the presidents and Congress and governors and state legislatures all the time, if you want something done in America, give it to a mayor. And we will get it done for the American people. Thank you all.
I love that. We will get it done. I love it. All right. Next up in the program, Mayor David Holt. Come on up. You're our second vice president. Come on up.
Well, thank you. I'm David Holt, the mayor of Oklahoma City, America's 20th largest city, and I'm also the second vice president of this organization. I certainly want to begin by joining the chorus of gratitude to our host, my friend, Mayor Quinton Lucas. OKC and KC share 2 letters and a region. And though we in Oklahoma City certainly think we have all that we need, it has been documented in song that Oklahomans historically visit here because everything is up to date in Kansas City. I have, in fact, already been impressed with your 7-story buildings, which, despite what you may have heard about Oklahoma City skyscrapers, is about as high as a building ought to grow. Hosting an annual meeting is a heavy lift, but a wonderful opportunity. The other 2 officers of our organization, as you just heard, did it recently as mayor. I helped host as the mayor's chief of staff in 2010 in OKC and still have incredibly fond memories of the experience. There really is no greater opportunity to spread the good news about your city than to host a few hundred of the most trusted and influential people in the country. So thank you in advance, Q, for your hospitality, and congrats to you and your community for putting together what we know will be a memorable Kansas City experience, one that will surely leave us with a lasting impression that KC has gone about as far as you can go. I also want to thank President and Reno Mayor Hillary Sheevy for her past year of leadership, especially on critical issues like mental health and homelessness. The trip to D.C. this spring with Mayor Karen Bass and dozens of other mayors was one of the most memorable experiences I have ever had with the Conference of Mayors, sincerely. Certainly the portfolio of a modern city is evolving, and your priorities as president of this organization have aptly reflected that. And I congratulate Vice President and Columbus Mayor Andy Ginther for your upcoming presidency. There's so many of us. This is amazing, by the way. Like, I can't even find people because we're all over the room. That's awesome. Your upcoming presidency, set to commence Sunday. You are an ideal person to lead us through yet another emotional, high-stakes national election. My gratitude to all the mayors who have joined us here. We see each other's work here and there in bits and pieces flying by on TV or on social media, and it inspires us. We just heard a sober reminder this past week as we watched with sadness as Brian Barnett bravely led his community through the aftermath of that terrible act of gun violence that has become all too common. 4 months ago, as you heard, we saw the same leadership from former President Elizabeth Kautz. Mayors lead, they bring people together, they work across the ideological spectrum, as you heard from Mayor Ginther, to find common purpose, and they are the most effective leaders this nation has right now. Mayors get things done. I know that usually when we come to an annual meeting, we are not necessarily speaking to a collection of national press like we might at our DC meeting. We are speaking mostly to a group of local media. This happens in cities all around the country, and so it is today. The members of the Kansas City media here gathered pretty much work with only one mayor, in this case a pretty good one, but nonetheless But nonetheless, perhaps you've not had the chance to fully appreciate that the national political class of mayors is not like the nonsense you see on cable TV. We stand shoulder to shoulder, Republicans, Democrats, and independents. We are serious people. I mean, we can be funny, but we do not treat these obligations like a game. We feel the burden resting on our shoulders, and we give this calling the respect it deserves. We practice politics as it was practiced in this country for 2 centuries. We compromise, and we move forward, and we are outcome-oriented. We don't think that a scathing tweet or a press release is an accomplishment. In my city, we call this ethos to set aside the things that divide us one OKC. I wear it on my lapel every day. I suspect I'm not the only mayor up here that has a similar brand. It is inherent to our office. In the months ahead, however, there will be candidates for state and federal offices who will seek to divide us, who will even say that fellow Americans are in fact enemies. They will dehumanize and call fellow Americans vermin. In my city, we have a scar in our downtown that reminds us what happens when you take words of dehumanization to their logical outcome. America's mayors, Republicans, Democrats, and independents will not stand for this election year rhetoric. Our election year platform as mayors will have substance, and Mayor Ginther will no doubt speak to that on Sunday, but it will also stand for decency and respect, pluralism, compromise, and pragmatism. People who have been given these titles should feel an obligation to use them to preserve this unique American experiment, to appeal to the better angels of our nature. We mayors will feel that obligation, and we will do our part, perhaps uniquely so. So thank you to the local media for joining us today, and thank you for allowing me to share with you who I think we are as America's mayors. You are in the presence of a unique group of people, the Jedis of American political life. And I'm deeply honored to stand among them. Wow. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia Lock-Dawson, City of Riverside, California. I also, your question was, how do we make our residents feel safe? I think was a big part of that. I want residents to know also, there are many times when there have been such incidences averted through just good old-fashioned police work, monitoring chatter, seeing what's going on. We had one just this last year in the city of Riverside where we averted a mass shooting by just our police officers being able to monitor what was going on. And it was at one of our biggest events of the year that we have millions of people there. So I do want folks to know, yes, it's a reality, but yes, we're looking at it all the time and trying to keep our residents safe. So I think every mayor up here could say that. Okay.
All right.
All right.
Thank you all so much.
I'm Quentin Lucas, the mayor of Kansas City, and I'm here actually at a spot for which I have great appreciation. When they were at a previous location, City Barrel was how I survived through the pandemic. I lived a few blocks away, had the chance to go there all the time, get to know the people, get a chance to talk to the customers, the people who work there, and recognize just how core they were to our community, how important they are to the future of Kansas City, and more than anything, how important it is to us being a successful place. City Barrel, a few months ago, had the opportunity to expand here in Waldo Brookside, and they invested a lot to make sure that they could bring all of the success they've had elsewhere in Kansas City to this location. And that's a story that you see from lots of businesses all around Kansas City. People who have an idea, who see something special in a neighborhood, and who say, we want to invest and be part of it. We're proud to have them, we're proud to know you, and we're proud that Kansas City is a place with businesses like this one. However, there are challenges. And in recent weeks, really recent months, we have seen a lot of challenges. Burglaries, small business break-ins, vandalism, any number of issues that are impacting our businesses throughout Kansas City. So myself, my colleagues on the City Council who you'll be hearing from, and others, have said, how can we try to help out? Certainly, there is always the important work to do, from law enforcement, from incarceration, and I've talked a lot this week. about making sure that we open up more detention opportunities, making sure that we are doing the enforcement work that's necessary, giving adequate patrols, and we will never shirk on our responsibility as a community to keep people safe. But another thing in talking to local businesses, particularly small businesses, that I've heard from people is that occasionally you need a little bit of help. When you have a break-in like this one, and you're already living on narrow margins, on thin margins, maybe that extra few $1,000s doesn't seem like a lot to others, but it's a lot to you. That's why today we're talking about and announcing, and I'll be introducing by ordinance, a program that allows us to allow businesses to get back to work. We're calling it the Back to Business Fund. I want to thank our Small Business Commission in Kansas City, Nia Richardson, and our business office in Kansas City, and so many who have done the work to make sure we can get here. Under the Back to Business Fund, the city will be awarding grants, $3,000 to help, up to $3,000 to help eligible businesses recover from burglaries and vandalism. What does that help look like? That help looks like things like fixing broken windows, doors, locks, graffiti, and murals that are damaged by vandalism. There's also in this program an up to $5,000 amount eligible for certain security measures to prevent future property crimes. That includes security cameras and locks and more. So we want to make sure that we're looking at the prevention side. That's the fund, and the applications that are up to $5,000, and also how people recover. That's what's up to $3,000. To the question of is this everything? The answer is no. Again, we know we have a lot of work to do. We need to, step one, make sure that this is a city that's safer. We need to make sure that those who are offending these situations not only face repercussions, but frankly that we're finding ways to prevent them doing this in the first place. And that is a longer conversation than the work we do every day. And more than anything, we need to make sure that we continue to listen to our businesses. Probably the most amazing or impressive or touching thing about this today, just having a chance to talk to some of these business people who usually I come and see when I'm here to get a beer or something like that, or at one of their establishments. They're some of the most optimistic people about Kansas City and its future. And I think the reason we're doing this today is because in return, we're optimistic about them. So I thank you all for being here today. We have a few speakers, and then I'm sure my city council colleagues will be joining us, Nia Richardson and Joe Giamanco. And I think what I will do is go slightly out of order, make sure you can hear from Joe, followed by Nia with some program details, the city council, and then we'll come back with questions. So Brother Joe, you're up, man.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate it. Guys, thanks for being here and hearing the mayor out on this program. City of Beryl started with a dream 6 years ago to impact the community, to touch people in a way that we were able to bring food and beer together. These kind of things nourish the soul. They bring it out. When we came to the Waldo Brookside neighborhood, this was already a space that the community had developed. John Couture over at Beer Station, this was a gathering spot. It was where things were talked about and moving forward. It's extremely upsetting to have something like this happen to you. We as business owners wear so many hats. I'm a plumber, I'm an electrician, I'm a confidant, I'm a friend. Overall, we're business owners and we do almost anything. Whenever things come out and distract us, that is the hardest part that we can do. We're here for our staff and we're here for the community. Programs like this allow us to be able to refocus on what we need to do. My door is going to be about $7,500 to replace. My insurance is going to, my deductible is $5,000. That leaves a massive gap in where I'm at. Programs like this are going to help at least us, small businesses, like a restaurant that already runs on extremely low margins, kind of get through. I'm really grateful for this. It helps us move forward. The other thing that's wonderful about this program is it's not just focused on, say, the Waldo or Brookside neighborhood. These problems are hitting East Crossroads, they're hitting Beacon Hill, they're going into the West Bottoms. And so this kind of program being citywide is going to help out everything. And it's probably done by a few group of individuals that are, I don't know, looking for something that's not there. We don't carry cash in this business. And so the damage that this causes, the emotional hurt that has caused my staff is harmful. And so if we can have one less thing that we're dealing with, and we can really refocus on helping to build the community back again, that's something for us. So, Mr. Mayor, I really appreciate you guys doing this for us.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Thanks. Nia Richardson from the city with the details for you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nia Richardson with the City of Kansas City. I oversee our KC BizCare office. This work was led by the Small Business Task Force for the city, which is chaired by Councilman Wes Rogers. Members of the task force were very concerned about what they were seeing on the news, as well as myself, every morning as I get my children dressed and watching the constant news going on about. It seems like every night our small businesses are getting broken into. The biggest concern that I have is that I want to make sure our small businesses can stay in place. If you are constantly being vandalized and you're constantly making insurance claims and your premium is constantly going up, I don't feel like that would be great for you to kind of stay in position or stay in location. So the hope is with this is that we can help you stay in place. We can help alleviate a little bit of stress that you might be feeling. I don't think we imagine this being like the magic bullet that just kind of knocks it all out. We probably will have to continue this program, unfortunately. So while I was excited to figure out how to build this out, I'm not happy that we have to do this. I'm not happy to hear about all of our businesses being vandalized the way that they are. And it's getting really, really out of control. So the hope is that this kind of alleviates a little stress for our small business owners as they get back up on their feet. Again, with the eligibility for the program right now, we just want to make it so that it's for Kansas City-based businesses. We're working to collect more data to understand how to better fine-tune the criteria to ensure that we can include as many people as possible and really hit those that are being impacted. We don't want to create a criteria that's so tight that you can't apply for the money and can't get the relief. So all the details of it right now are not already set in place. We do know we want to have it on a rolling basis. There'll be a time period. But again, as we get more data and as we get through this first round, we might see that we might need to do it again. And I really think it's something we should probably advocate for pre and post World Cup, because I imagine if we get more people to ascend upon the city, we might have more incidents. So I think this is a great way for us to be a little bit more proactive about what's to come for Kansas City, but also to be really proactive about helping our businesses in Kansas City. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Brewer, go in that order. I'll close for you so nothing blows off.
Thank you. I'm Andrea Boo. I represent the 6th District at large, and right here in the heart of Waldo, Brookside, and South Kansas City. I'm happy to be here today and support this, but as Nia and others have said, it's sad that we have to do this. But we as a city are taking a multifaceted approach to help our small businesses. I 16 years ago was a small business owner in the Brookside shops, and it's difficult. It's difficult to be a small business owner and to have to face issues that our small businesses are facing now, and to run a small business is something that we as a city need to assist them. I know my office's council, Duncan's office, have helped John before this and Joe just to get these businesses open. And we want to make sure that they stay open. So whatever we can do to assist City Barrel and other businesses in the area and throughout Kansas City, we will continue to do. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for sticking with us, and we will stand behind you.
Jonathan Duncan, 6th District and District City Council. All I want to say is that this, as many others have said, this isn't going to fix everything. What it will do is show business leaders, the business community, and the community at large that we have your back, right? So this isn't going to fix all of the problems, right? And I think there, still a newly elected city council member, there tends to be a tendency that, well, if this solution is not going to fix everything, then why are we doing it? We're doing it because it's important to show solidarity with our business community. It's important to do this to show solidarity with everybody who's been affected by this. As someone who's had their house broken into, their front glass pane, a rock shattered through it, and the damage itself was more than the criminals actually were able to steal from my home, the violation remained. And I think just showing the solidarity with our business community that we're here, that we have your back, I think is worth more than any amount that we're able to provide in actual assistance. So we're not done. There's still more to do, as the mayor said, but this is just one more step and one more tool that we can use to show our business community that we have your back.
I'm Kevin O'Neill, 1st District at large. This is my fifth year on council. And I really do appreciate the mayor introducing this ordinance, and along with it, the idea that we have another ordinance today in front of us that's going to create about 100 and some odd spaces up in the 8th floor at the police station. We are taking public safety seriously, and it's hard as we go forward to do things in a timely manner. So I think this gives us something between the 8th floor at City Hall or at the police station, between this new program. We're trying to catch up and help the small businesses as much as we can. And these are two ways. I think getting criminals off the street and helping those that are victims and criminalized by that, we need to continue to do. So thank you for all being here, and I would introduce my colleague, Wes Rogers.
Yeah, that's great. There's that graph. Yep, that's the one. Thank you much.
How do I get it back to the presentation? It's a, click on the PowerPoint thing at the bottom.
Oh, you know what? It made me laugh. The fact that you had it again.
The meeting will come to order. Welcome to business session for March 6, 2025. Our first item is approval of minutes for business session of February 6. Is there a motion?
So moved. Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Our first update, and we will go in order as printed, is the Parks and Recreation Department Capital Improvements Overview.
Thank you, sir. Chris Cotton, Parks Director, James Wong, Deputy Director, Brad Clay, Deputy Director, and we have Michael Myers with the Park Board in the audience. Our mission is to improve the quality of life, health, and wellness of our community by providing socially equitable, community-driven programming and environmentally sound natural resource management. The Board of Parks and Rec Commissioners is Beth Hayden as President, Pat Contreras, DePriest Taylor, Michael Meyer, and Stephen E. Smith. Our 10-year strategic action plan is online at kcparks.org and indicates our public priorities for parks and recreation investments, and it's updated every 10 years. Park master plans that have been completed. Our Aquatics Master Plan has been done. Our Kessler Park Master Plan has been done. Marlboro Park Master Plan was completed. Blue Valley Park Master Plan, 2025 completion. Community Center Needs Assessment, 2025 completion. MLK Park Master Plan, 2025 completion. Frank Vadick Park Master Plan, 2025-2026 completion. We opened the new Southeast Community Center this past summer. Mary Williams Neal Community Center, we had an updated water slide that was completed for that pool in 2024. The new Tony Aguirre Community Center outdoor pool is currently under construction, and you can see here what is proposed to look like. Substantial completion is by May 30th, 2025. Kansas City Aquatics, Ashland Square Spray Ground, 2024-2025 completion. It should be open this summer. Grove Park Water Slide, we have a new water slide going into that pool. Will be open by this May. We have a new toddler play feature going in at the Springs to replace the one that's been there since it opened up. And the Arborvilla Splash Pad should be ready by 2026. We've completed multiple new racket sports. Minor Park Pickleball completed in 2023. MLK Junior Park resurfacing completed in 2024. Penn Valley Park resurfacing also completed in 2024. Sheila Kemper Dietrich Park tennis courts completed in 2025. Hodge Park Platt Purchase Park pickleball courts 2025 completion. Sunnyside Park pickleball courts also scheduled for 2025 completion. Sports field, Truce Park was completed in 2023. The Swope Park Indoor Soccer Facility was done in 2022. Prospect Soccer Plaza completed in 2024. 9th of A.M. Brunt, spring of 2025. Blue Skate Park Rink, 2025-2026. And Yvonne Starks Wilson Park, 2026 completion. We've completed multiple playgrounds of this several years. Columbus Park, Holmes Park, Arno Park, Agnes Park, Ann Garney, Bent Tree Park, Dunbar, Little Blue Valley, Migliazzo, Northampton, Observation, Seven Oaks, Troost, and Independence Plaza Park all have new playgrounds in the past couple years. Trails, Montgal Park Trail completed in 2024. Waterworks 2024. Tower Park was completed in 2024. Buckeye Trail completion is scheduled for 2025. Blue River Trail, Martha Truman Connector 2025. Indian Creek Trail 2025. Trolley Connector Trail 2026-27. Swope Park 2026. Blue River Trail, Missouri Pacific Trail 2027. Shelters, we've put new shelters in at Likens Park. We have one scheduled for Agnes Park in 2025, Frank Vadick in 2025. We have restrooms going in at Blues Park this March, Davidson Park this March, Frank Vadick this March, Likens this April, Berry Road Park this June, Hodge Park, summer, fall of 2025, Swope Park restrooms, fall of 2025, Clark Kettleman restroom concession facility in fall of 2025. Shamir Lake improvements completed in 2022, North Terrace Lake improvements 2025-2026, parking and ADA improvements, MLK parking completed in 2023, Spring Valley Park 2024, Nelson Cruz Park 2024, and Platte Purchase Park 2025-2026 completion. Parkway improvements, Red Bridge Road completed in 2023, Passaic and Independence intersection completed in 2024, 63rd Street and Zoo intersection 2025 completion, Gregory Boulevard improvements 2027 completion. Community centers, Greg Kleiss recently got a new boxing ring, replacing the one that was original to the facility when it was rebuilt. And as of last year, we've replaced the fitness equipment in all 10 community centers. MLK Park, the MLK Park Ped Bridge is scheduled for a 2026 completion. Bruce Watkins Connector Community Park scheduled for a 2026 or 2027 completion. Swope Park, as you're aware, we recently received a grant. Swope Park Outdoor Recreation Legacy Partnership, renovate the trails, playgrounds, shelters, lighting, landscaping, and safety improvements. We mentioned already the 63rd and Zoo Drive intersection, Gregory Boulevard, and Swope Park Trail improvements. Golf, so you can see here we have a new driving range that was just completed at Minor Park. You may or may not be aware, we have a new minor league baseball team that will be playing in Satchel Paige beginning this June. They're called the Kansas City Amigas. Since 2022, the number of recreation programs offered by the department has risen by 409. This has resulted in an increase in recreation participation of 4,234 participants. Community center services numbers. I don't want to read every one of these, but as you can see, we have strong numbers for community centers, outdoor swimming, athletic programs, Bruce Watkins, and Bay in the Springs aquatic facilities. Natural resources, we can continue to focus on acres mowed, tree removal and tree planting. I'd like to point out that this past year we removed 149 houseless camps. We currently have over 1 million views on our website. Thank you very much. That was a quick presentation, but Mike Shaw told me I had to get it done because you guys had more pressing business than us, so I was hurrying through that.
Excellent model.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent.
Yes, ma'am. Now, we have plenty of time to answer questions.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh. Yeah, oh, right.
Are there any questions?
Yeah. Yep.
Councilman Bunch.
Thank you, and thanks for making it fast. But also, there's a lot in there, so thank you for all the hard work that's going in, and of course, it's great to see the Tony Aguirre pool underway. Real quick, though, something that's actually not in my district that I'm very interested in. That's partially parks, but we passed there was some federal funding fairly recently about restoration along the Blue River in the southern part of the Blue River, like in the 5th district mostly. And I don't know how involved Parks is in that, but I know that there was some federal funding that came in to do some probably invasive species, and I think it's in a partnership with Heartland Conservation Alliance. Do you all have any updates on that or timeline, or no? I don't even know which department's actually in charge of that particular project.
I don't have an answer for you right off the top of my head, but I can definitely look into that for you. When we do work with them on river cleanup, but I'm not exactly 100% where we're at with that right now.
Yeah, I guess all I would end with is express my interest in making sure that that one moves along, because it is federal funds are always challenge right now, but would love to get an update on that and make sure that that one is certainly prioritized, because it was a big project and quite a large grant. So anyway, just wanted to express how it's not in my district, but it's such a special place between Minor Park and all the county land down there and the Swope Park, and really great opportunity, and I want to make sure that project moves ahead.
Yes, sir. We'll look into that for you.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you for your presentation, as well, give us an opportunity to have a discussion. I too just have one, I actually took a picture of one of my favorite parks that isn't in my district, is Mill Creek Park, with some of the trees. I just think over the winter months, there's some issues with the trees there, and I took to the trail for the one good day we had this week and took some pictures for you, so hopefully we can get those addressed before folks thaw out and start going outside and using Mill Creek Park more. But I wanted to also talk more about this is a great list, and you guys have done a great job, and there's a lot of work that has gone into this. And I don't know if you're deputy director, but Mr. Wu, who, I always mess up your name, so what's your name, sir? Wong.
James Wong, yeah.
James Wong, who participates a lot in our PIAC updates. Can you speak to any structural issues that we're having in terms of managing all of the projects with the GEO bonds, our in-district PIAC, other things that are on your plate? But what is the process to make sure that when we, as elected officials, we pick PIAC projects, we expect for those things to be done within that given year so that we can have new projects? What's happening that causes some delays? And is there anything that we can do to help with getting those projects done within a year's time frame?
Yeah, thank you very much for your support. Yeah, it is our desire to get the projects done in the same year that the money is provided. What I can see that, sometimes when we bid a job that is underfunded, this is a situation that, we can't move those projects, move forward that quickly. I think a constant, dialogue, between us and council member will help us to fund those funding gaps and allow us to move those projects, quickly.
So are you saying that oftentimes the allocation that we're giving Mr. Wong for those projects aren't adequate enough to implement the full project?
Sometimes those projects are funded, but there are times that, when we get bids, we're underfunded. And that's the time that, I think if we can get additional funding quickly, then that will allow us to get those projects going very quickly.
Okay.
And in some cases, if it's underfunded, then if we didn't budget for the project, because it's a PIAC project, then we have to try to find the money. In some cases, we just don't have the match or the extra capital to finish the project.
Okay. I think it would be great, like if we have our meetings, and we don't want to hash out our individually quarterly meetings at this time, but it would be helpful to know in advance, like what are all of the projects that are underfunded once you get the bids in, because estimates as engineers, are oftentimes different from when the bids come in. So thank you for exploring that with us, and hopefully we can get more information, because we've had to repurpose a lot of dollars and not get improvements done in parks in the 3rd District because of the length of time it's taking to get those projects done. So understanding those structural issues are, critically important. So that's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Councilman Robinson. Other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Willett.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Couple questions. One, now that we have the tree impact fee, there's a couple places in District 1, like Ann Garney Park, who has wide open fields. So get a lot of complaints from constituents about the lack of trees in that area. Have you guys worked with identifying impact fees from the trees to then figure out which parks? Has that been something that's done since the tree ordinance went through?
We do have some funding that has come in, but it's actually been pretty minimal. I can follow up with our forester on that for you, but we do know the last time we looked, there wasn't a lot of funds there yet.
Okay. Second question, community center. You guys had when will we have a presentation before council on your community center?
We are in the middle of finalizing a study on all 10 community centers and their operational deficits and some of their physical issues. We'll be going back to the park board here in March to have one final round of that, to hopefully get that approved, and then we'll be able to bring that forward.
Okay, with that study, is it looking at just strictly the 10 community centers that are in there? Obviously, there's not a community center in District 1. Or is there also part of that looking at areas that lack community centers?
Yes.
throughout our city? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And last thing, I think most important that we could probably move on, I've heard a lot from constituents about the Central Bake Sporting Complex up in the Northland, how when they saw the fields get brought up there, they thought their kids would be able to use them. And there's a lot of restrictions in place because of the contract. Is that something that we can work to address to make sure that we open up the fields for all Northland families to be able to use? Because right now, people are still driving to Overland Park for their soccer games.
And I can tell you that I am one of those families that are driving to Overland Park for soccer. I have 2 kids in club soccer. Those fields are not controlled by Parks and Recreation. The previous park board voted against doing those fields. We didn't have the resources to take care of them. So while they're on city property, they are not managed or operated or contracted through the Parks Department.
Is there anything in the contract that we can work on to open it up for more families, to more of a public use for them?
I'm not as familiar with that operating agreement, as I said, because we don't oversee it. I'm very familiar with the Swope Soccer Village agreement and be happy to discuss those terms. I can research that agreement and get back to you. Absolutely.
Other questions? Hearing none, thank you, Parks, for this presentation. Thank you, Commissioner Meyer, for being back there, too. It's good to see you today. And we'll move on to KCATA.
Best appointment.
I'm content if it's a mere discussion on contractual obligations in a closed session. However, if there are certain questions the council's interested in open session on this topic?
I am interested
Yes,
in open
all right.
session.
So I'll ask probably the KCATA folks could just come on up, and we'll start with you all.
Thank you.
We'll have you answer some questions for us.
Happy to.
Yeah. All right. And actually, we have this, is the transit funding presentation to be presented to us, Mr. Waldron? Looks like yes from your action. Go ahead, Director.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mike Shaw, Director of Public Works. We was going to do the presentation today, and it's just really going to talk a little about the KCATA, upcoming KCATA contract. Obviously, we can't talk too much about it because it's still under negotiations, and that was one of the reasons we was thinking about closed session, so we can tell you some of those pieces or get your feedback on some of that. But other than that, we'll be ready to provide you some anecdotal information about where we're headed. So.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. Honorable Mayor Lucas, members of City Council, and City Manager's Office. My name is Jason Waldron. I'm the Director of Transportation. With me today from KCATA is Tyler Means and Frank White, the third CEO of KCATA. As you all know, we are in active contract negotiations, and they are ongoing. We're here today to describe a few opportunities and options to help balance the proposed $71 million budget for KCATA. We have three opportunities to consider today. The first would be the suspension of IRIS on-demand transit. Those funds from that suspension would be reallocated to the buses and the bus service. Of course, that service, the on-demand transit service, could be reactivated at a future date. The second opportunity is, and not an easy decision, but route and frequency reductions. We would do that based on data and focus on those routes with the most ridership. And then lastly, one other opportunity would be the implementation of a functionally free fare as directed by Ordinance 240378. It would be to explore a program where those that could pay a fare would, and those that could not pay a fare would qualify for a program administered through a pass. Of course, the council would determine those groups which would qualify for that functionally free fare program. So those are staff recommendations for opportunities and options to balance that $71 million budget. I can stop here. I know there's a presentation ready by KCATA.
Thank you. All right. Thank you so much on that. Questions from council. Councilwoman Robinson, you reached out first.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Waldron, what is your role in this whole presentation? Can you tell us what your job is around this topic?
Sure. My role at the city, of course, transportation director. So myself and my staff, we are the points for the negotiations of the next year's contract, which of course will be brought before you for approval.
So you manage the contract with KCATA?
Yeah, our group does, yes.
Okay, so can someone tell me how much COVID money did we get from the KCATA when we got, did they give COVID dollars to the city of Kansas City?
I don't believe we received anything directly.
I don't believe so. I mean, I guess, no, they received, well, I won't get into.
No, we got the COVID dollars, and then with Jason and Angie's cooperation and Director Shaw's, passed that through to the city for more service. We got it due to the urbanized area formula, which is based on Kansas City, Missouri. Thus, it was yours to use.
Okay, and can we ask questions about this, Mr. Mayor?
The
what's in
thing
this?
passed
Okay.
out in front of us here, I
Okay,
would assume
I
that
just wanna make
staff,
sure.
if staff, I'm just going to make clear with the director, I assume if staff passed something out, then
yes,
on our desk here, it's for public
Okay.
discussion.
I just want to understand the financing. So there's a half-cent sales tax and there's a 3/8 sales tax. Is that correct, Mr. Waldron?
That is correct.
Okay, so the half-cent sales tax, does that go directly to KCATA? No?
No.
3/8 sales.
Mr. Waldron, you don't know?
No, I do. I just wanted to
Okay.
confirm the 3/8 sales tax goes directly to KCATA, and the half-cent tax is administered through the city of Kansas City, Missouri.
Excuse me, can you speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, we can't hear you.
hear you.
My apologies.
Okay, so the half-cent sales tax goes where?
It is administered through the city of Kansas City, Missouri.
The city of Kansas City. And the 3/8 sales tax goes directly to
The city, KCATA.
KCATA. Okay, so which sales tax did we just renew last year?
That would be the 3/8 sales tax. That's the city sales tax.
Okay, all right, so that's helpful. So I'm trying to understand the overall cost for the Kansas City Transit is 85.1 million. Is that, I'm on page 2.
I'm not sure our KCATA's presentation is.
Oh, there you go. Okay. So they use reserve to help to shore up last year of $113 million. It's going to cost 85 million. You're giving 71 million. Can you break down how much of that is coming from the half-cent sales tax, the 71 million, and how much coming from the 3/8 sales tax?
I am not prepared with those
You don't
numbers
know.
right now, but I believe we have some staff here that can.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Kristen Morrison, Budget Officer. And I provided to City Council a breakdown of KCATA's funding. Approximately of the 71 million, 40.7 million is coming from the KCATA sales tax. That is the 3/8 sales tax. And 30.4 million is coming from the public mass transportation tax.
34 point what?
It is 30.4 million.
30.4. And how much does that generate, the half-cent sales tax as a pass-through?
The half-cent sales tax, the estimated revenue in the fiscal year 26 budget is approximately $48 million.
48 million, but we're only giving them 30 million of it.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. So, and I'm gonna pause, because I know other people have questions, so I have more, but I'm just gonna ask this last one, and allow other people to chime in. So, where do we expect for them to get the rest of the, but they paid for the reserve last year, The cost of service is 85.1. They had COVID money. They don't have any of that anymore. We have money in the half-cent sales tax that we could make them whole with the 85 million. What is our expectation so that we can fully pay for the services to the residents of Kansas City, Missouri, which they're saying is going to cost us $85.1 million?
Yeah, staff's charged with negotiating a contract with a budget that's been proposed. So we're attempting to negotiate a contract for KCMO that matches the $71 million in the current budget. That's what we're staffed to do. So those recommendations you heard today are ways to get to that 71 million. Now, there's always, you know.
So you don't want to give them the 85 million to run the service, is that what you're saying?
Pardon me?
We're not wanting to give them that. They're saying it costs 85 million, but we're saying we don't want to give them the 85 million, we just want to give them 71.
Yeah, that's a budget policy decision.
Okay. Okay. So, but are we confirming that it's going to cost us 85 million to run the service at the level of the service that we have today?
Just briefly, these are KCATA slides, right? So this is their presentation we're looking at, not the cities.
We don't know why they're answering.
Yeah.
Oh, we don't know ATAs?
I guess I'll speak for myself. I'm confused why city staff is answering these questions.
I agree, actually.
So
that's,
we should hear from the contractor that
I would
knows
agree.
what the routes cost.
I answered
yeah,
the
you're
question.
fine.
No, it's not your
No,
fault.
You're fine,
It's
you're
just,
fine. That's what we just caught in the moment, so apologies.
Yeah, and because I was director, but you, so blame that on me, okay? So don't worry. Okay.
So Director White, I believe the question is on cost of service.
Yes.
And what you're suggesting the cost of adequate service for Kansas City, Missouri is.
So, if, you know, we were to go back to say, I'm going to go back to Frank White, sorry, the ATA, if you didn't know. This conversation really wasn't supposed to be about the city today, it's supposed to be about the KCATA. I would open this by saying that the city of Kansas City has been fantastic partners with the KCATA going back 55 years. Always stood by, worked side and side, hand in hand. And the citizenry and this council and this mayor have always stepped up to support public transit in Kansas City, Missouri. So this is really about us as an organization and what we have or haven't done in the long term. There was an ordinance we discovered, Mayor Lucas, back in 2013, where the city of Kansas City, Missouri agreed to give 95% of the PMT to the ATA, provided we achieved a certain things that he asked us to do. And doing that research 12 years ago, those things were not done by the KCATA. I can say in the last 2.5 years, with this new board and this new staff, we have been working on those items to make those improvements. The board brought me on to be transparent, to rebuild relationships, and have honest conversations, even if they're difficult conversations, with the city of Kansas City and council. So we know what the number is that you proposed in the budget. We know that there are things in our organization that we need to make changes internally, what I'll call right-size organization. To that end, in the letter that we sent to you, Mayor Lucas, our Board of Commissioners is committed to strengthening financial management and transparency. Those are some of the things that were criticized for the last administration: service delivery, financial transparency. I would say today our financial transparency is better than it's been before. We have improved the service delivery. You're never satisfied, but we're working in that direction. To this end, we're projecting these numbers. If this is what we have, this is what we'll use for and make it work. So if you go to the next page. So this is a historical funding piece on history of the KCATA. With the city, and the color charts. Basically what it shows in its simplest form is the city of Kansas City has always paid for service. Now what these different numbers are going to show you is what we had other KCATA revenue, which is going to be the preventive maintenance stuff, any other state monies or things that come to us that pass through to the city. At that time we had fares, and then you'll see around 21, 22, we went from the fare policy, and you're going to see when the COVID monies came in, and then other monies. And then in $20 million out of 3SM reserve money hit, as that COVID money drove down, you see where we are today. Some of those costs, you see basically from 2022 to now, some of those costs are going to be IRIS increased to $7.6 million. Our paratransit costs increased. due to demand because it was fare-free. So it went from $11 million in 2021 to $18 million in 2024. Operator wages increased, overtime attendance gets service back on the road, almost a $10 million increase. Vehicle maintenance prices went up, inflation, employee benefits, and other fixed expenses caused that heavy spike from 2022 to current level. And I've sent this to you, Mayor. Do you have a question?
Okay. What I'll say is, and certainly everybody's questions are welcome. You provided an answer. We may need more discussion on this. I don't know if this will necessarily be the forum for it, but thank you for that, because I'm left almost with more questions, but I won't get into it now. Councilman Ray?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director White, could you state again, what is the budget shortfall you all are facing this year? What's the amount?
It's about 26 million, roughly.
28 million in the city.
So,
how much?
28 million.
28 million?
28?
Yes.
Okay. And I think we have a good understanding of partially why that's the case with COVID funds and all
Yeah,
that.
and so this is in your package. This breaks down what those costs increased the last 4 years that we did not have in 2021.
And there's a recommendation here for the IRIS program. I thought we were paying about 7 million for that, but it looks like maybe it's 9 million. What's the cost associated with the reduction of IRIS services?
Yeah, sorry, the cost reduction of IRIS.
So there's a budget amount that is the maximum expendable amount each year in the contract. And then what you're seeing, that 7.6 is the actual spent amount each year. So they've never spent the entire monthly allocation, if you were to break it 112. That was the gap.
So how much money do you expect to save by reducing IRIS service?
At 7.6 million.
Okay. Okay. I think we absolutely have to find a solution here, and we have to find a way to make it work, and to do that without cutting staff and cutting services. Councilman Bunch and I we're not sponsored, but submitted a budget amendment last night to staff that would, I think, get us started on that process and would be a good beginning by redirecting the $2 million in the public mass transit tax that's currently going towards the ongoing LED program and redirecting that back to ATA, because I think we've completed the bulk and the important part of that LED program. And it's probably time that we send that money back to ATA so that we can, so that for now, we're building towards closing that gap and reducing, as few bus lines and staff positions as possible. That is not something that is included in your recommendation here. And obviously, that's not an amount that closes the whole gap. But to me, I think there is more of an opportunity to look at what else we are using those funds for and how else we can close this without cutting positions and bus lines.
One of the things that our board is also committed to doing in the letter we sent out is working to become a regional transportation authority. If you look at the numbers, the administrative costs that the city is covering, that is the regional transportation cost that the city has borne for years. With the board and staff's commitment, we are going to work diligently to get that money, because that money, if paid for regionally and spread out, that is $18 to $19 million goes back into more service for the people or the citizens of Kansas City, Missouri. So the people can't say the city's not paying for bus service. You are paying for bus service. Unfortunately, over the course of years, it has morphed into the administrative side of the KCATA. And it is our commitment, myself and our Board of Commissioners, to go get the Searches regional funding piece, be it going to the states, the states cover that cost, be it county taxes. We don't know that model, but we are working with the MPOs, our regional partners, our stakeholders, our electeds, to get that done, because like I said before, the city has done more than enough. And so it is my task as a CEO and also our board's task to make this more equitable and fair.
Councilman Duncan?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director White, thank you for the presentation. In thinking about this regional transit agency, and for everybody who doesn't know, this graph, I think, paints a pretty startling picture about the cost of service and where the revenue is coming from and where the revenue is not coming from, how has the reduction of municipalities as participants and part of the service affected the overall revenue of KCATA, and how is that reflected in this budget shortfall?
Every time a municipality does not participate, the cost comes back to the city of Kansas City, Missouri, in its simplest forms. So obviously, the more we get back onto the system, it spreads the cost, which is why I was saying that administrative piece that the city is bearing, we have to go out and get that out. And that's been something for the last 2 years as we work to the states, as we look at different ways to create revenues so that administrative cost is not a service cost. And that way, your service dollars go to your service. And that is something, again, that by our board's directive, and as they set the policy, we implement it, we are committed to getting that done because we cannot keep asking the city to carry the burden.
When we look back historically at the, looking back from, I don't know, let's just go back to 2019. The municipalities such as Gladstone, Grandview, Raytown, Johnson County, Wyandotte County, Blue Springs, Independence, Eugene, North Kansas City, and KCMO, we've lost over half of those. And in moving forward, right? Because I think what this shows is that, this isn't sustainable. And so what is the plan of attack moving forward to get more of the region on board with our regional transit authority?
Can I show this slide? The movement?
Yeah.
I believe. There you go.
So one of the things we're trying to do, we also have expense reduction, reduction some staff, reduction pay practices. Are we efficient? So the question's been asked before, if we were say a private entity and we started a business, how efficient could we be? So we spent the last 2 years looking at ways to be more cost effective through contracts, vehicle maintenance. In fact, we've even had discussion, do we have a dual fuel contract with the city of Kansas City, Missouri to reduce those costs? So what we've been trying to do, for example, we're back with Raytown next week, Councilman Duncan. We've been in meetings with Gladstone. We've been in meetings with Grandview to talk about what does this look like in the future. And a lot of it has been, they had some COVID money that they just were content to use. Independence wasn't using us, it was actually TransDev, but we are in discussions with Independence about how do we find a way, and it's not just the cost itself, it's how do we become an extension of their transit department with our scale and resources through grants, grants for folks, do different things, buy group buys for products, group buy for buses, group buy for bus shelters, and really look at how we can create a more effective pay model. This is something that our board in the last 6 or 7 months or so has really taken a lead on. I'd be happy to come back with a more detailed layout of what that would look like or different models. We discussed it briefly. There were some folks, obviously county tax is always controversial. In the past, there's been discussion of county taxes or TDD. State money would be ideal because when the compact was created in 1965, Missouri and Kansas were supposed to pay for the KCATA. That never happened. So we are having those discussions on the Missouri side and now starting with our new Kansas commissioners to work on the Kansas side to have those discussions in Topeka as well. So we know the number, what the administrative cost is. We know that UK has borne the burden of the most of it, and we have to get that off your back. And so this is something, again, we are committed to doing so.
I have one more question, because I know other people do, about how are we engaging, and how are you all engaging with bus riders, paratransit riders, and what is their response to the service that they're receiving?
We have just, that was our first meeting yesterday. We have just created a Ride KC advisory committee for all 7 counties. People can be part of that group. Have our first meeting yesterday. Our satisfaction surveys are actually really 65% or so are satisfied with our service. That's through ETC. So that is a statistically valid survey. We do it every year. So our service has always been good. We're generally considered double-digit higher than the national average on our service. Do we make mistakes? Yes, we do. Are we perfect? No, we're not. When we do have issues with paratransit or fixed route services, we generally get that information. We get on and try to address that as quick as we can. There might be an instance where a person says the bus was early, the bus was late, but we're always going to make sure that we follow up and get that answer for the clients.
Well, I know, and I know my colleagues will probably reiterate this, that, Kansas City wants transit in every corner. We want and need transit. So I will say, speaking personally, I'm happy to advocate, for other municipalities to come back on the system, because this needs to be a regional transit system, which means we need regional transit funding.
Right. And again, that is, once this whole contract thing is, so wherever it is, I promise you that our task at the ATA, from board to staff, will be working on regional funding.
Thank you.
So.
Councilman Curls? Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions so I can give my colleagues. I actually have several questions, but I want to give all my colleagues an opportunity to ask their questions as well. But I agree with Councilman Duncan in regards to this, trying to get to a regional concept in regards to transit, because it has to be a regional. Kansas City just can't continue to fund this on its own. But when we talk about functional fare, in this chart that you've got here, passenger revenue, I guess my question is how much would functional fare actually generate, or do you have an estimate on going back to a fare that you might be generating?
Well, when we had fares, Councilman, it was about 9.8 million.
9.8 million?
That was the last year at fares, so you figure inflation, being 12, 13 million now. Now, we figure if we go back to a fare, and I'm very clear, notice has been made on our end. There's just talk here. You might have a 20% drop in ridership just because people who ride for free would drop. But we expect that to peak back up as people use to ride the system, come back to the system that weren't riding before because just rider profile changes.
Okay. And what is this passenger revenue on your chart, 300,000 for?
That is paratransit, Freedom on Demand or paratransit program. That is, they still pay for that.
Okay.
That's what?
Freedom on Demand.
It's an above and beyond ADA program where we use a specialized funding program through the FTA called Section 5310. It allows for older adults and persons with disabilities to basically book trips on a spontaneous manner, just almost like a taxi, so that if there's trips they need to take and they weren't able to schedule a ride via this paratransit process, which requires a 24-hour ahead of time notice, they would still be able to make that trip. So we offer that program.
Like share fare?
It's above and beyond shared fare.
That's
Yeah.
above and beyond.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Okay, and then my other question is in regards to cutting routes. I, for one, hope that we can figure out a way that we can not cut these routes or as many of these routes, because I see there's at least two on here that would affect the 5th District tremendously, and especially the Blue Ridge line, which a lot of my constituents in South Kansas City would be devastated if that was cut, and then the 63rd Street as well. So I just want to make sure that we are making sure that if there are any cuts, that we are trying to make sure that those that would be most impacted are the least impacted, if possible. So I just want to go on record saying that I would be opposed to cutting those two lines specifically, but all of them, because, I mean, all of Kansas City needs transit. When you talk about reduction in IRIS, and I think you said you had an estimate on how much that's going to save you as well? Is that on this chart?
Yes.
Okay. With that being said, what about those employees? If there's a reduction, suspension, or whatever, what happens to those individuals?
For IRIS?
Yes.
They're independent contractors. That's Bill George. They would just drive a Z-Trip car or something different.
That's totally separate.
So I understand if I'm correct, Tyler, when they work for Bill George, they drive all of Bill's models.
As a contractor, they choose their work.
So it could be IRIS, Z-Trip, a Black Car Service, so. they would probably just shift to another vehicle or more rides to their cars that Bill offers.
But that would be something with Bill George?
Yes.
Not
Yeah, they do not work for us.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. I'll stop it for there and let my other colleagues ask some questions. Thank you.
I'll remind that we still do have a few other topics too, so just on the questioning, not that we can't go for a long time, but just wanted to note that. The Mayor Pro Tem is next. We'll
Thank
go
you.
Councilman Willett, and then we'll back around. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. Just a couple of clarifications. Can you go to slide 3? So I'm looking at specifically at the blue line. Can you articulate to us what caused such a significant increase starting in 2022, 2023? And why is that line so, why did it increase so intensely?
So in your packet, Mayor Pro Tem, this page here breaks down everything. Is that not in there?
I don't think we have it. We don't know.
Okay, it was supposed to be in there. Is there a backside on there at all?
No.
That's right, that's supposed to go to a closed session, I apologize. We didn't have closed session
So we
today.
need to go into closed session?
I can get this sent to you right now. It was supposed to have been in closed session, so we'll walk you through it, because I've got it right here.
Okay.
So basically, there are some operational things. One was Iris that started.
Hold on. Okay. We do want, Michael, I'm going to need you.
Okay.
Come back. So we're supposed to have a closed session on the contract. The Mayor Pro Tem asked you a question that was more, I think, pure operational. I don't believe that would be confidential information, right?
It was supposed to be in closed session, yes.
Okay.
Confidential.
Okay. Why don't we, I guess you'll tell me what you can tell me, but what was your question again?
Well, I wanted to understand the blue line and why did the cost go up from 85 million to 117 million so intensely? What was the operational changes that occurred that required, or why the cost increased so much was the question?
So like we're in court, I'm not a judge, but I've been in front of them sometimes. Councilman Ray and Councilman Rogers know better. Why don't you try your best to open it in open form, and if we think we're going to a path that leads us to close.
There were some increases from employees, the wages, benefits, marketing, security, demands, and paratransit all add up to that number. So it's about 36 million.
The end part again?
The increase from 2021 to 2024 is about a $36 million increase in all those things. Cost drivers, which I'm trying to say without saying it. I will be happy to give you this at the end of session, and you can keep it. It shows you exactly that gap on that slide.
I'm okay to move for a closed session. I really would like to have the information. I think in order for us to make an informed decision about how much money we appropriate in this budget, I think we're going to have all the information. I agree with my colleagues. This is definitely not sustainable for Kansas City to continue to do that, which has already been said. But I would like to understand what you all are doing to right size. And it starts with understanding this operational issue, the operational concerns, and what will you do to right size? Because Kansas City taxpayers just continue to add to an inefficient program or process is not going to work. Definitely, we need to regionalize because ultimately Kansas City pays almost $20 million, $19 million of your cost right up front for overhead, because there's no one else that's really paying into this. So before we even put a bus on the street, we pay $19 million off the top. And that's the piece that is unsustainable, which I know you said you're working on. But there are also other opportunities, because I'm still having heartache from the cuts, the route cuts that we made several years ago. They really impacted, I know, the 3rd and 5th District, but I'm still hearing complaints from our residents about those Fifth District cuts. And so really the question I was going to ask, and I don't know if you can say it now, is when we cut routes the last time, what operational changes did you make at that time? Because we cut routes in an effort to save dollars, but we didn't save anything. It looks like you didn't make any cuts at that time. Or there weren't, I'm sorry, I don't know if you were there then, but were there operational cuts or changes that were made when we made route cuts before? Because that was supposed to save dollars. It didn't. It actually increased it even more.
Right.
That's the question. Can I ask that?
Yeah.
Can he answer that? Or is that
You can answer that
closed
question. I can speak to what we've done on this cycle. Now, I think it was Councilman O'Neill who brought the attention to me that last time. During COVID, routes were changed without any council input or insight. What we've done this last time is create what we call scenarios. Started with 3. One was a frequency model, meaning most ridership. One was hybrid, meaning a little bit of frequency but full coverage. So it might come every hour, but there'll be a bus. And then there's a hybrid model. And we did that with the transportation department and said, here's what they look like by district, by cost. And we're up to 10 scenarios at this point saying, okay, in the day, you'll see in closed session, you'll see the scenarios, and then you all will choose. It's your service. We're not here to pick winners and losers. We're going to say, here's what it is.
Honorable Mayor, I move that we go into closed session pursuant to 610.021 of the revised Missouri statutes, pursuant to subsection 1.
Is that personnel too? Can you have that
1
subsection?
and 3 and 13.
So I
Is
just
there-
have a question
Is there-
about the
Wait a second, is there a second?
And 12, should we add 12?
Okay, feel free to add it. Do you amend that to your motion?
Yes, I mean.
All right. There's a motion on the floor. Is there discussion on the motion? Councilman Willett, Robinson, Hasley.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Respectfully, I had a couple of comments I think would be appropriate in the public before we go to closed session.
Okay. Councilwoman Robinson?
I too want to know, are we going to go back and forth and open and close? Because it might be better just if we have closed questions, if we just do all of those in closed, all the open stuff in open versus going back and forth. Because I have questions that are more appropriate for open as well.
I find no lawful limit to our ability to return to an open session to discuss any topic.
No, yeah, the council can go into closed session and come back out as much as they want. I think Councilwoman was saying.
Yeah, I'm just saying, just for time management purposes.
Right.
Because we could go in there and I ask a question that's supposed to be in open. We come back, I ask a question that's supposed to be in closed. If we could just record all the closed questions so that we can go over that in closed. Because
If we could
otherwise we'll be
record-
coming back and forth.
Okay, Councilwoman Patterson Hasley.
I mean, I think the problem with going into closed, I understand some of the questions need to be answered in closed session. But the problem is there's too much different information about what's going on with the bus service. You know, you have the public saying one thing at our budget hearings. You have information from other stakeholders, from the contractor, from the staff, and everything is different. And so we go into closed session, and my concern is that that confusion amongst the public remains. The main thing that I thought we were going to be talking about today was the cost of service and how the budget that we have, you know, allocated the 71 million, how that impacts service. So I understand all this other stuff in closed is important, but the issue at hand is a potential budget amendment or not.
Right.
How much that budget amendment should be, and what are the grounds for making that decision? And I don't think that's a closed session conversation. And so to my colleague's point, perhaps whiteboard it out, what are closed questions as they come to you. But I think the public deserves to know, what is the cost of the routes? What routes are you cutting? How are you reorganizing those routes? We need to get to the brass tacks right now, and we can do the other stuff in an hour and 30 minutes or what have you. But I don't see any slides related to cost for service, which was my expectation. This is so general. And so people are still gonna be confused. Are you following? Like, people are still gonna be confused about what this costs.
So this is what I might say is a solution. If we're doing closed sessions right, we really shouldn't get that expansive politically, and I'll take that blame on myself as a presiding officer. To the extent we discuss anything in closed session, it's supposed to be very narrow. The exception for the motion is probably what? Contract, which itself can become expansive, although I think there's a way to limit it, because as I assume when you talk about closed session on your side, you're probably talking about labor contracts, employment issues, other such things.
Real estate,
right?
other things like
You're
that.
not talking about service routes and all of that. So almost like we're in court, we need to just not permit ourselves to go into, and I'll ask the city attorney to assist, into pure policy topics, i.e. in closed session, we're not supposed to get into a debate about what's the proper service, what are the routes, what the budget of Kansas City even should be necessarily. And so that would be at least the way we're supposed to do it. That being said, we can always come back into closed, and I'm the king of fighting a closed session. It's been some years though, but nonetheless, and then really repeat almost every question we have, or you're welcome to even make statements publicly on the record in connection with that, which you might wish.
I think we're just talking about the order of it. Do we all get up and
Understood.
walk out and do these 2, 3, 4 closed session questions? We got an audience here. It's inconvenient for people to be at City Hall. They probably want to hear the more public germane discussion. So is there a way for us to just flip the order? Can we finish the questions that are supposed to be had in front of our constituents and then have our closed session? Because I think you added some other stuff that's going to leave us stuck.
Well, I understand it's just easier, but we can always come back. I understand your point. That being said, I think Mayor Pro Tem asked a question. The viewpoint of the answerer was that that needs to be a closed session topic, whether we agree or not. I think that's the reason for the call. That being said, there is a motion on the floor, and unless there's more conversation on the motion, Councilman Willett?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. You also had a couple of folks queued up to ask some questions before that motion was made.
Understood, and anyone can bring the motion
Mayor,
whenever.
so if I can just make a couple of comments. So I'm okay to hold my questions that you can't answer, that are closed questions.
Thank you.
And I will rescind my motion at this time to allow the other questions to be asked that are appropriate for open session. But I still had other questions, if I can ask those things. But the second would have to also agree to rescind your motion as well. And I think that was you.
Yeah.
And then I'll
Ready
we'll
up.
come back to my other questions. Okay, now I forgot what I was going to ask. So, as my colleague mentioned, one of the things that we continue to hear is that Kansas City has been cutting your budget. And I would just like to understand from you, over the years, has Kansas City cut your budget? Have we given you more money each year?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that is incorrect. The other question I have is, and I believe you talked about the fact that this commission is willing and ready to work on ensuring that you try to, obtain truly become a regional transit authority or transit system, because, you are, it's just unfortunately, Kansas City is the only ones paying that. So does that also include you all talking with the states of Missouri and Kansas, because it's their authority that requires it to be a regional authority? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, simple answer. Okay. And then wanting to understand will there be information that you provide to us about the routes that you're more detail about the routes that you're recommending cutting? Because I agree with the councilman in terms of the 5th district, but there's also a route, the Warnell bus that you're recommending cutting would shut off a bus to South Kansas City. And so I wouldn't recommend that either. So is there more information that you can provide about the cost of each one of these routes and what potential savings we have, or, you know, if we want to make sure we retain certain routes, is there more information you can provide, or is that closed session?
Yes, and it's closed session.
That's closed session, okay. All right, then, I'm asking too many questions, I guess.
I'll just, and I know we have
Okay.
other things to say.
Go ahead.
And when I was third district at large, I would have had a long time of questioning on this. How is that? Look, I could do a sunshine request probably for a lot of this information, and I would think you all would have to disclose a chunk of it. Cost of routes, published rationale for removal of routes. I mean, I've looked at the Sunshine Act a number of times. I don't know why this is all closed. But I mean,
It's just because we're still doing a contract with the city. Those aren't final. So if I say it today and it's not final, then it causes all kind of chaos. I'm just trying to keep it closed.
You may not have your lawyer here. That's not an exception. None of our ordinances are final, but we can't invoke a Sunshine Act like against us being able to talk about, be like introducing our budget and being like, wait, y'all can't know what went into it. We have a whole process for it. I understand just in the future, know that we do sometimes want that level of openness and transparency. I understand your attorney isn't here, but if ours, and I'll just be one, I won't put him under this. I do think all that stuff is actually an open record. I mean, the exceptions are actually much more narrow than one might think. It's like law enforcement preparations, pure contracts, real estate. But anyway, I've made my point. Councilman Willard.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you go back to the slide on the funding, I think slide 7, I can't remember this one? Yeah, 3, perfect. Okay. So we talked about, I think the question sparked when I think Councilman Curls and Mayor Pro Tem talked about the COVID revenue coming in. You talked about the increase of security costs. Can you talk about the pre-COVID policy when it comes to fair and how many security personnel you had there in the budget versus where we're at today?
We had 2 security personnel back in 2019, a security guard, actually still works on campus. And then we had 1 Titan security officer, and then we would hire off-duty KCPD as needed to work for us.
And then what are you at today?
Now we're about 32. We have Titan security. We've increased our road supervisors from 6 to 12. And we have 2 KCPD police officers on full-time.
Okay, so we went from 2 security guards to 32. What do you want the total cost increase?
It's about $2 million.
$2 million a year for that. Do you feel like that's a result of, what was the result of the increased security? Why is that needed?
Just the changing dynamic of the passengers. You know, I will say that we had some instances when we did have fares. I mean, I want to be very clear. We're not going to blame free fare for that, but we can say that because ease of access to our vehicles, we are seeing more incidents across, and then our questions we can't detain. So it becomes, and it's more of a situation of when we had the fare programs before, if you want to call it functionally free, we were connected to these social services groups, and we can know where to take people that had issues on the buses. We don't have that now, but we are working to reestablish that on our own, because I don't know if fares are coming back or not. And so that's no excuse to not create the best experience on the bus.
In follow-up, so if we were to reinstate fare, which you talked about roughly 10 to 13 million adjusted for inflation, if you go back to the recommended or proposed route cuts, would you be able to bring back on a sizable chunk of those routes, at least, 30 to 40% of those proposed?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Councilwoman Robinson.
Thank you so much. And it was very difficult to understand you, Mr. White, so I apologize if you've already answered this. But so what is the figure, the monetary figure that we need to keep the service the same? Not cutting routes, not cutting times. What is the exact figure to keep everything status quo?
I'd be 117.1.
Say that again.
117.1.
117.1.
Yes. That's
Okay.
cutting, that's no changes, no nothing. That's no staff changes, that keeps status quo, but
Okay.
I think.
And you mentioned equity twice, I think, when you were answering questions from my colleagues about understanding that other municipalities and other counties need to participate. What is that figure?
That would be, the minimum fee would be $19 million. That's the administrative cost that the city of Kansas City, Missouri is bearing on their own.
Okay, so that's 19 million. Okay, and so I asked a question about COVID revenue. COVID revenue that you received from the federal government, did you give Kansas City any of the money from COVID?
Yes.
And what was that amount?
If I was to add it up.
16.3 and then 26.
Blue, the
The blue line, yes.
16.3?
Close to 50 million, it looks like.
50 million, okay. Okay, and that's in the blue, okay. So this is a question more, probably for Krista in our budget office. So what's the plans, how have we budgeted, is it $18 million overage for the PMT tax? How have we budgeted that? What are we gonna use that money for?
So your submitted 26 budget and the amount in public mass transit, it also supports initiatives of 2.5 million for Vision Zero. It includes 4.6 million for traffic signals, 7.9 million for street preservation, $1 million for bike ped, $2 million for street lighting, and then there is a transportation engineering and planning division at $1 million. We also have a street transfer for the streetcar program. It's required by agreement for $2 million.
Okay, thank you so much for sharing that with the public, understanding that that's something that you provided for us. So all of this is public money, right? And so I am having a hard time with having to go into closed session just to put a point on what the mayor said earlier. These are public dollars, and so we should be able to talk publicly about how these public dollars are being spent. When do we go into, when is our typical time of year, Mr. Waldron, do we sign the contract? I remember it being having some time after we pass the budget, because our decision point right now is, are we going to change the budget to address the shortfall? And if we change the budget to address the shortfall, that does not require us to contract for that amount because you're in ongoing contract negotiations. But it does appropriate the dollars there in case we find that we need it and the money is there. So when do you typically, for this year, when was the contract signed for KCATA, roughly the month?
Yeah, the current year contract, the existing contract, I believe, I don't recall the exact date, but it was a month or two into the summer after the budget was passed.
Like June?
Yeah. Do you recall?
We signed in April.
Oh, it is? Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay, so you signed it in April. Okay, so there's a little bit of time, but not a lot of time to do that. And the final question I have for you, Mr. White, is how long would it take you to go back to functional fare to recoup the 9.4, 9.6 that you were collecting in 2017, 2018?
I'll defer that to Tyler. He's been working on this process.
Yeah, to bring a fare collection system back into the fold, you'd be looking at a kind of flash pass model, a mobile app model, 6 to 8 months. Validators, full-fledged system with cards and everything of that nature, more 8 to 12 months.
8 to 12 months, okay. Yes, I think that's what he said, 8 to 12 months additional, okay. And then if you don't get the one, I promise this is the last question. If you don't get the $117 million, how many people will be laid off, roughly?
It could be as low as 75 to roughly around maybe 175.
75. And so some people have made some commentary today, so I just want to make mine. And that is, public transit is a situation of economic mobility. It's economic development. It's crime prevention. If people, Tupac said, I never committed a crime I didn't have to commit. A lot of the crimes that are happening today are crimes of poverty. Most of the people in the 3rd district, they outsource their job. They go somewhere else to work because there's not enough jobs in the 3rd district to work. You cut their transit, you cut their ability to make a living to feed their families. And so I just want to be really clear, if we're wanting to be real about crime prevention, real about homicide prevention, real about helping people to achieve their economic potential, we should not be cutting their lifeline. And we should, if we don't want to pay for overhead with the KCATA, that's a contracting issue. And we need to work that out contractually. However, I implore us to give our KCATA the same opportunities that we give our men and women in blue, our firefighters. We give them what they need in order to do their jobs. Transit is no different.
Any other questions? Noting that, yeah, go ahead. We'll do this. But, yeah, Councilman O'Neill, then Councilman Bunch.
So I know I've been harping on this for quite some time, but I'm a little confused as to your depiction of this graph and how it relates to the COVID dollars that you utilized to fill gaps, and the statement you made that you gave us $50 million in COVID money. Did I hear that correctly? Or?
Yes.
So when did that occur?
It was in 2022 when we started getting the COVID dollars from DC. We started using that to help with the service.
And you gave it to us?
It was into the service, yes.
And what, I don't know what we did. Does anybody in 2022 to remember? I don't remember getting COVID dollars from ATA.
I think Mike's going to speak.
Mr. Shaw?
Yes, just to kind of clarify, what it is that there was a gap. If you look at the chart, the blue section, there was a gap, just like we have a gap today. They used COVID funds that they received to cover that gap to keep the buses moving. The COVID funds are expended now, they're not available, and so that's why the gap exists today.
No, you misinterpreted my question. My question is I know that you use 98 million over a 5-year period to fill gaps, right? The 20 million a year for 5 years. I'm not sure where this is the first time I've heard that you had 50 million. I thought I heard you say you gave us 50 million.
The service, for the city service to keep the buses going.
That's not, I'm sorry, I'm not, that's not giving us $50 million. That's, you applied it for service that
Yes.
KCATA does.
Yes,
And specifically Kansas City, Missouri service, or?
yes, it was KCMO service. We used it nowhere else.
Because Kansas City subsidizes everything, so everybody got it.
Yeah.
I don't know where to go from there. I guess, and the other question I had is how long have we been I mean, it looks like we've been operating on a deficit for longer than the 5 years I've been here. I know we've had different management over these years. But I guess my biggest angst comes in the idea that here we are, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, we talked about the imbalance of your budget. And it kept getting filled by some other revenue. And now here we are, many of the public thinks we're being cheap and not funding you correctly, where in reality, we've been funding you, but we're not getting anything. We keep losing on our funding. When we've paid 50, 60, 70 million dollars a year, and continuously it's gone up in most cases, we're losing services based on the money we're paying. Even though we're paying a little more every year, we're losing services to
set the cost that you're not operating under. So I guess my problem is that for 5 years, I've heard different ideas of how we're going to right the ship, so to speak. And I see now, 5 years later, righting the ship means cutting bus services, cutting people, cutting. And that bothers me. So,
No,
just a statement.
I'm going to go to, thank you, Councilman O'Neill. Councilman Bunch?
Yeah, wanted to make a bit of a clarification that, because I think Councilman O'Neill is certainly onto something, but the revenue has stayed, I mean, it's fluctuated a bit, and obviously there was some pretty big gap filling because with the COVID dollars, but there was an inflection point in 2022 in the cost of delivering the service to Kansas City, Missouri. From 2022 to now is a nearly 40% increase in cost of service. And so, assuming that the cost of service stayed relatively flat, we would actually be kind of close because we were, there was some, other KCATA revenue in those previous years, which sounds pretty normal. But that's a significant increase in cost. And not only is there increased cost, but my understanding is that we have decreased service. I can attest to that because we went from, just for example, 10-minute headways on the Main Street Max to 20-minute headways on the Main Street Max. So I know that that's not the only one. So how do we get to a point where we're paying 40% more, we as in like you guys, costing you 40% more to deliver actually reduced service versus, 2021 and before?
No, excuse me, that's the same question that Mayor Pro Tem asked. It was supposed to have been done in closed session. We can debate the laws. I'm not a lawyer,
Understood.
but I
Okay.
do have an answer for you, Councilman.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I do have an answer for you.
So you're going to talk in close, right?
Okay, yeah, I mean, if it's a closed session answer, then that's fine. I know that she asked it, but I didn't hear that it needed to be in closed session, so thank you for that. But yeah, I do want to, I would be interested to know, like, how much service, whatever metric that might be, how many bus routes and how many, whatever the metric you use to measure the quality or the quantity of service, how has that changed? And I know that you have something like $1 per service hour rate or something of that nature. So I'd be curious to see what that is, but maybe that's a closed session discussion that I look forward to.
Councilman Duncan?
Yeah, Mayor, that was my question as well. Like this graph again shows that the cost of service has continued to increase, but what is the service that we're receiving? I know that there are, to Councilman O'Neill's point, that routes were cut previously, but the cost continued to rise. And so I'm still scratching my head. This graph is, again, and I will just say thank you, because this is the most information that I've seen since I've been on council about actually how this works and what we're paying for. But I'm still curious of, how did we get here? And when we talk about the PMT versus the KCATA tax, and the ordinance that was passed in 2013, and the intent of that ordinance, as I was told, was that it was to shore up KCATA's operations while, diversified revenue streams were sought. And then that never happened, correct?
Yeah, it wasn't there then, but no, it was never done.
And so that prior to, and I've asked Budget Officer Morrison for a more detailed listing of how the PMT funds were utilized going back 5 years, so we can compare that with the information that we have before us, but that the PMT tax didn't always go to KCATA at the levels that it historically did. That the ordinance in 2013 was passed to shore up KCATA's operations while they diversified revenue streams. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's the ordinance I can speak to. The 2 years we've been here with our board and our people, we have taken that and put that spirit to that, to the point of looking at some of these costs are things of how you run your operations, how you do your contracts, how do you look at insurance costs, how do you look at wage, overtime, all these different things that you look at to run an operation. And so our approach has been, in our 2 years here, is if we were a private entity and went to a bank, borrowed the money, how would we run it? How efficient would we be? How efficient could we be? And some of this stuff, like I said, when I first opened up, this isn't about Kansas City and anything you've done wrong. You've done nothing wrong. As I said to the Mayor Pro Tem, you paid for transit. This is an HCA issue, how we operate, how we manage our business, how we go out and do the regional piece. So this has never been, don't ever think that, at least as long as I'm the CEO, that I have an issue with the city and anything we've done. This is how we got to operate more efficiently, how we operate better for us to be sustainable for the long term. Because if we don't do this, we won't be here in 5 years.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have a closed session motion for us?
Honorable Mayor, I move for closed session pursuant to 610.021 of the revised statutes of Missouri, subsection 1, 3, 13, and 12.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Patterson Hasley.
Aye.
Robinson.
Aye.
Rhea. Bunch. Girls. Park Shaw.
Aye.
Aye.
Duncan. Aye. O'Neill.
Aye.
Willie.
No.
French.
Aye.
Rogers. Aye. Lucas.
Aye. The motion passes. We'll stand in closed session. Thank you, gentlemen.
You're welcome.